Our hosts, Sven Staffsson, Director General at the Swedish Research Council, Göran Marklund, Deputy Director General at Vinnova, and Olle Lundberg, Secretary General at Forte. And I asked the film team, are we ready to go live?
So, it's my great pleasure to welcome you all to this National Center of Excellent Investment Conference. It's nice to see so many people here, despite the weather and other circumstances. You are of course, most welcome. As a research funder, we often discuss, based on our budget allocation, different types of funding instruments and financing strategies. And every funding instrument, of course, has its objectives and goals. The most frequently used instrument is project funding. Most of you know that. Given to individual researchers to perform a specific research task. It is the most frequently used instrument because it works very well in most research areas, and for most types of research. However, it is also essential to stimulate cooperation between researchers over longer periods of time, longer than what is used in the case of project funding. One such funding instrument is Centers of Excellence. In the research bill from 2004, Vetenskapsrådet and Formas was given the task to initiate such a Center of Excellence program, named after the great Swedish scientist Carl von Linné. At the same time, Forte started, I think it was more or less the same time, started the 40 Centers of Excellence, and Vinnova started the VINN Excellence Centers, and also to some extent together with the Swedish Research Council, the Berzelii Centers. The overall goal of this program was to strengthen the Swedish research and innovation position in an international comparison. In order to be internationally competitive, Sweden should have a number of leading research and innovation centers of excellence, where researchers from academia and industry could collaborate closely in areas where Sweden has comparative advantages. In the case of the Linnaeus centers, the setup was to provide the most prominent researchers with the opportunity to pursue long-term research in a creative and attractive research environment. The support was given for curiosity-driven or basic curiosity-driven and basic research within all scientific areas. The Linnaeus program should also provide synergies and be characterized by the highest scientific quality and potential for scientific renewal and breakthroughs. Both existing and newly established research centers with great potential for research could apply to this program. It was also stated that in the investment of the Linnaeus program, in addition to excellent science, the expected outcome, results of this investment was international visibility, strategic priorities at the higher education institutions, and structural effects on the research system as a whole. The call for proposal, when it came out in 2004 or 5, was bottom-up. No scientific areas were specified, and the main selection criterion was scientific excellence and quality, which should be then achieved through national competition between proposals. So it was a very open call in that sense. It is also important to note that the host higher education institutions were committed to provide additional support to the selected Linnaeus centers. Altogether, there were 39 Linnaeus centers, 35 hosted by the Swedish Research Council and 4 by pharmas, created and funded with a total budget of 2.8 billion Swedish crowns. The research output from these centers has been evaluated 2 times before, but now the main purpose of this evaluation, the final evaluation, is to provide feedback and learning to the government, to the research funders, and to the higher education institutions regarding experience and effects of the Linnaeus support. If we use the Center of Excellence funding instrument again in the future, such feedback and learning will be absolutely essential in order to create the best possible conditions for funding. So we have indeed thoughts about what we should do in the future based on what comes out of this evaluation. The evaluation is conducted by an international panel with a mix of general competence in centers of excellence and overall subject competence. So I would like to end this introduction by, on behalf of the Swedish Research Council and Formas, to thank all the Linnaeus panel members for their excellent work, and in particular Jürgen Linnick and Maria Makarov, who are here present today and will present the results from the panel, for their excellent chairmanship. So I'm very much looking forward to other presentations during this day. Presentations that will cover both the scientific and the political aspects of this kind of funding. So we have an interesting day ahead of us. So let's continue with that. And then I leave the word to Göran to present some ideas from Vinnova.
Yeah, first of all, I'm very happy that we have this meeting here today. I think it gives us opportunity for much deeper learning and collective learning than what is otherwise sort of possible, looking at these different centers of excellence initiatives across the history. Vinnova and its predecessors have a very long history in centers of excellence kinds of instruments. Some would say, at least one would say here, that it goes back already to the late 1970s with the roots there. It definitely has, the competence centers started in 95. Already 1995, which is one important instrument for centers of center of excellence kind. It had the inspiration from the engineering research centers in the US, which started there, I think, in 1984 or so. Then learning or evaluation has been built in already from the start. And so it's all biannual evaluations, but also impact evaluations, which have been done in 2004, one, I think, and several others. Now we're doing for the sort of centers coming after, similar to the competence centers called VINN excellence centers, an evaluation or an impact study going on by Mats Benner and Anders Hylme, who are here and will present what they have seen so far. It's not finished yet. It's going to be finished, I think, about this time next year, finally, but they will make reflections all along. I think also reflections on other similar excellence centers, those that were mentioned by Sven here, for example. And I have many learnings that I think we have gained a lot of learnings over time, but I think I have some of the most interesting questions are still unanswered. Sort of how does our system, as a system, and our different funders and the universities work together in actually creating leading centers of excellence in a global competition, and which would attract then both researchers, funding, and industrial investments in Sweden. So I'm really interested in understanding that better, and I'm sure we will get some way on that path today with all this experience in the room. Thank you. Thank you all for coming.
All right, and good morning to you all. I would like to welcome you all on behalf of Forte, the Swedish Research Council for Health, Working Life and Welfare. And I'm also looking forward to this meeting very much as the Secretary General with scientific responsibility. I think it's very important that we take a scientific approach also to research council's works and the instruments we're using. If we have the intention, as we had with the Centers of Excellence, to build environments, is that actually working, and how can you sustain an environment over a longer period of time, and where does the role of the research funding agency stop, and the role of the higher education institutes start. I think there's a lot of unresolved issues around Centers of Excellence, the pros and cons, and we need to learn better. At Forte, we already had an evaluation of the first 10 Centers of Excellence, but we have 3 upcoming evaluations this year. So I'm hoping to learn a lot of things here that we can apply in our upcoming evaluation. But in addition to my role as Secretary General for Forte, I'm also a former head of a Center of Excellence. And that from that perspective, I'm also very curious to learn about what the evaluators have been looking at and what the accumulated experiences are. In my experience, it was very difficult to be the head of a Center of Excellence in terms of governmentability. How can you sustain a cohesive research program over 10 years when your colleague researchers is attracting other kinds of funding all the time, and everyone is trying to run in different directions rather than the one that the center was set up to focus on. So with both my hats on, both as the Secretary General and as a former head of a Center of Excellence, I'm looking forward to this day, for the day for learning, as you have pointed out, and I wish you all very welcome and hope that you can take part in an active discussion. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you.
Thank Thank you very much. My name is Helena Borholm. I'm a communication strategist at the Swedish Research Council, and I'm going to be your host today together with Maria Bergström, who's senior analyst at the Swedish Research Council. I also want to take the opportunity to wish you all a warm welcome, and also to all of you watching this conference being broadcast live, so you're following it on your computers at home. Maria, tell us a little about what we are going to hear this morning.
Yes, we are going to have an exciting morning listening to the 3 presentations covering 4 evaluation, actually. And we're going to listen to see if there has been great merits of these programs or not, if there's some flaws that we are, or something that we would need to avoid in the future. This has been a sort of a very long program, so a lot has happened during those 10 years. And that's the kind of both the difficult bit, but also the fantastic bit, to have that long framework when you do research, and to what benefit that has for the research environments. We will also hear about the recommendations from the evaluators for the eventuality of a future investment in this direction. So it's going to be very interesting to see what they have to say about this. So.
And also, please follow us and comment on Twitter, hashtag COE conference this morning. Well, it's a great pleasure to introduce our first speakers. It's Professor Jürgen Mlynek, who is, among other things, former president of Humboldt University Berlin, and Professor Maja Makarov, director of Biocenter Finland. Mostly welcome. Give them a warm hand.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Welcome. We are glad that you made it despite the coronavirus. I think that's a good example how important science can be. We had the climate issue, Fridays for Future. We now have this coronavirus, and the advice from scientists becomes important again. And I think that's a good introduction to what we will talk about. How can a science system be competitive at the global level? What are the ingredients? What is important? There are different approaches, different countries. We will come back to that, I think, later on, have had and still have excellence initiatives. The question always is, what comes next? Will this be brilliance initiatives? And then what comes after the brilliance initiative? Everybody is excellent now. What's the next step? We can have a lengthy discussion about what this really means, excellence. I think it's essentially all about people. That's my conviction. It's at the end all about people. But of course, you also have to have the right mindset. You need the right structures. And at the end, you also need some resources. You need some money. So Maja Makarov and myself, we had the pleasure to share a panel to look at this Linnaeus program that you have set up. And I think we can already say right now, Maja, big applause to Sweden for this wonderful program. Do it again. And I will repeat it at the end of our presentation, do it again. And we will elaborate a little bit more on it. We have somehow divided the presentation. I will start with a short introduction. Sven already talked about the purpose of the evaluation. After 10 years, I think it's really good to have a critical review whether it worked or not. There were some challenges. The challenges were twofold in a certain sense. The program ended already a couple of years ago, point one. Point two, the people that we met in our hearings, we had quite a number of hearings, not always had first-hand personal experience from the Linnaeus program. But we had some pre-evaluation and we had a wonderful team headed by Maria and colleagues to support us, to organize everything. And maybe this is the right moment now, Maria, to thank you and your team very much for having done this. Now, this is the international panel. It's essentially European, but also Europe is international. The UK is on board, you know. I mean, this is a first hint that we are really international. And some of our colleagues from Great Britain, they really enjoyed spending their last days of their, you know, professional career in mainland Europe before leaving the European Union. They explicitly mentioned it also in the dinner speech. You remember?
Yes.
Maya? Okay. So I think we had a wonderful panel, and we were distributed among two groups during the hearings. One was headed by Maya, the other one by myself. We always came together. We had a good representation, I think, over the various areas, humanities and social science, engineering, natural science, biomedicine. And I think we also had a good mixture of people bringing in really competence in the disciplines, but also institutional knowledge, which I think helped a lot to come up with the report. In the hearings, and we had hearings with all universities, so we learned something about all the 39 centers. We always asked, was everything you want to bring on the table on the table? So we really made sure to hear from our colleagues in the hearings. Do they have some messages for us? What went well? And especially at the end, we always ask, what would be your recommendations for a future program? Now, these are the four main evaluation questions. Has the Linnaeus grant led to establishment of sustainable research environments? Have the higher education institutions strengthened their ability to prioritize and profile? What about the societal relevance of the research, and has the Swedish research system as a whole become internationally more competitive also in terms of visibility and attractiveness? And I hand over to Maya, that now goes through the results, and then I'll be back with you at the very end.
Yes, thank you very much. Good morning also on my behalf. Why do we panelists take on board such a huge task? Well, of course, to contribute, to be able to help if we can, and in this case, of course, the entire Swedish research, higher education ecosystem, and the Vetenskapsrådet, and of course the government. But the benefit, of course, is that one learns. And I think that all of us panelists learned a lot, and that is extremely valuable. Thank you for the very kind invitation to do this. So my task here is now to go through very quickly the evaluation results, and I will crystallize them in a very, very short way. So we will be looking at the capacity building at the university level, at the institutional level, the capacity to host, to build up and host a center of excellence. Then I will talk about research performance of the Linnaeus centers themselves, the individual Linnaeus centers. And then finally, I will go through the societal relevance of research that was performed in the individual centers of excellence. Thereafter then, Jürgen will take over and go to the conclusions, lessons learned, recommendations, and finally, he will give the clear answers, yes or no, to the key questions. So let's look at the capacity building at the university level, at the institutional level. The criteria were as follows. So a capacity as an institution to host and develop a center of excellence, which is not a faculty, it's not a department, it's a center of excellence. Building up, what about the performance in building up the center, in closing down a center, and what about then continuation of all this capacity that has been fostered and built in a center? Then renewal of science, that's extremely important, of course, and one of the prime goals of a center of excellence. What about the support functions that the university had put in place to support the centers of excellence? And what about the quality of management and leadership at the institutional level, at the university level? Then what about the use of the Linnaeus grant by the higher education institution in profiling its own research activities? Was there any selection of areas, and what was the motivational logic behind it? In this case, had the centers of excellence an impact on these eventual choices? And what about enhancing of international visibility of the university? And then finally, the impact of the program of the centers of excellence on the university's research portfolio at large. So let's now go over to number one, capacity building, the host institution. And our task was to single out 3 top universities, not ranked, 3 top universities against these criteria that I just went through. This was an immensely difficult task. We came up with this, and I repeat, this is not a ranking. So we have Umeå University. Why did we single out this particular university? Because it supported the development of its centers, and it was involved, the university management was involved in a very strong and positive way in the building up of the Linnaeus centers. There was international world-class recruitments that the centers catalyzed, and the university supported. The university supported very strongly the centers, for instance, with a plan of continuation. And this then enabled excellent research, world-class performance of those particular Linnaeus centers hosted by Umeå University. Then we singled out Linköping University. There was a very close connection with the university leadership and the upcoming centers. The university management monitored the Linnaeus centers' performance closely, and this enabled the centers to be very successful and develop sustainable research environments. They attracted a lot of external funding and also funding from the university. The third one, Uppsala University, a strategic approach towards the Linnaeus centers. Not a grant, money, and let them do what they want, but really a strategic approach. A strong focus on developing academic leadership in the centers, and then a very tight connection between the Linnaeus environments, the research that was performed in the centers with education. I should mention also the Swedish Agricultural University. We tried to push a 4th university into this group, but we were not allowed. So I wish to mention this particular university as having performed very well at the institutional level. So then let's go to the research performance of the individual Linnaeus centers. And the criteria here, scientific excellence, using the long-term funding, the 10 years funding, to really focus on high gain, high risk research to achieve breakthrough results. The degree of interdisciplinarity, intensity of knowledge transfer within academia in the host university, between the generations of researchers, success of PhD and postdoctoral programs, and the volume and quality of international recruits. So again, now we go through the three singled out centers of excellence per area of research. And again, this is not a ranking between those three. So in the natural sciences, I'm sorry for the acronyms, but the names are extremely long, and I'm sure that you identify most of them. So let's look at natural sciences. The top three Linnaeus centers were LinneQS in Chalmers, ICE3 in the Swedish Agricultural University, OKC in Stockholm University, thereafter Engineering Sciences, NanoQE in Lund University, Access in KTH, Flow again in KTH, Medical Sciences, CERIC in Karolinska, LUDC in Lund University, UCMR in Umeå University. Humanities and Social Sciences, LINCS in Gothenburg University, HED in Linköping University, and SPADE in Stockholm University. And then finally, societal relevance. Now it has to be noted, I'm sure that most of you know, that this was not a criterion when the applicants were screened, when the winning centers were chosen, but Vetenskapsrådet wanted to add this as a pilot to have a visibility on the benefits for society of research performed in these Linnaeus centers. So the areas that where the 10 universities and their Linnaeus centers excelled in the context of societal relevance were many: industry relevant research, new products, new materials, new treatments and diagnostic tools, patent applications, patents, spin-off companies, academia-industry collaborations, new teaching methods, outreach to society and citizens, and finally, informing policymakers and providing science advice for decision makers. So the three top Linnaeus centers are here. Again, a breakdown according to area of research. So in the natural sciences, Supra in Chalmers, CMIB in Gothenburg University, LLC in Lund University. In engineering sciences, NanoQE in Lund University, Access in KTH, Uppmark in Uppsala University, medical sciences, CRISP in Karolinska, LUDC in Lund University, and UCMR in Umeå University. Humanities and social sciences, LINCS in Gothenburg University, HED in Linköping University, and SPADE in Stockholm University. Now, what is the national impact of the Linnaeus program, taken now together all these three categories that we examined: the performance of the institutions in capacity building to host CEOs, the research performance of the individual Linnaeus centers, and then the societal relevance of the research that was performed. So we can clearly make the conclusion that all three universities and the 39 Linnaeus centers feature in at least in one of those categories. So we can really say that the impact of the Linnaeus program is nationwide, which I'm sure is a very gratifying result. Now I hand the instrument over to you, Jürgen, to continue with the conclusions.
Thank you very much, Maya. Conclusions. And maybe I just display them all. As I already said, we were really impressed by what you have achieved. And why? Relatively low funding per Linnaeus Center has had strong impact at center, university, and national levels. I already mentioned there are a number of excellence initiatives going on in Europe, all over the world. If I take, for example, the German example, it's 500 million euros a year, 500 million euros a year. But of course, Germany is a factor of 10 larger by population than Sweden. Now, 40 Linnaeus centers here would mean for Germany 320 Linnaeus centers in Germany. But we only have 50. This means in Germany, the funding per center is much higher. Still, you achieved a lot with a much lower funding. This was about 600,000 to 1 million euros a year. Why? Because it was long term. We always heard this 10-year period was really critical because this allowed the researchers to come together and also work on bold, risky projects because they knew we have the funding for 10 years. Even if it's not 10 million a year, if it's only 1 million or 600,000 euros a year, we have it for 10 years. And second point, we can use it in a very flexible way. That's what we always heard. Long-term, flexible use, lean management, quality assessment, yes, but lean. So this was one point. The other one was that the Linnaeus centers acted as catalysts for bringing researchers together that otherwise would not have collaborated. And that's a general phenomenon, I mean, money always acts as some kind of oil and glue. It helps doing, new things together with other colleagues that you won't do otherwise. So this was a catalyst because we also found out that in many cases, the major funding of a Linnaeus center came from other parties, from external parties, which brings us to another effect. The Linnaeus Center had some kind of snowball effects. Over this period of 10 years, and then even after this program stopped, the centers were able to get additional support from either the EU or foundations like the Wallenberg Foundation. So there was the snowball effect. I think that's probably the main conclusions. High risk, high return breakthrough projects because of the long-term flexible use of money, catalyst, performance, oil and glue, and lean management. Now, of course, there are also some lessons learned. The Linnaeus program has not contributed to the university's research profiling or their strategy at large. We really discussed this, and I'm looking at Maya at length when we came together in our panel. Is this good or bad? Of course, at the beginning, this was one intention. But what we also learned was, to our surprise, that many of the universities had between 20 and 50 centers. That's amazing, we thought, 20 to 50 centers. And we often asked, do you have a strategy at all? We were not sure whether the universities had a strategy at all. So the Linnaeus centers played a role, as one piece in the overall activities of the universities. And I was running a university myself and then an even larger research organization in Germany. as a university president, of course, you like to take money in, but what you don't like is that people from the outside tell you what you should do or have to do in your institution. And that's always a touchy issue. So I think we tried to be fair in that respect. There are some comments on this in the report. By the way, I hope everybody has one copy of this. Came out very nicely, Maria. We are proud of it. So that's one thing. The host universities have not used the Linnaeus Centers for Institutional Branding. A lost opportunity. To my shame, this was different for Maya. I didn't know about this program when I was asked to share the committee. Now you can say, okay, this ignorant guy from Germany, I mean, come on, you know, if Sweden's setting up such a great program, he should know it. I didn't know it. And maybe you should think about making more out of such an excellence program. I mean, why didn't you let the world know that this is going on and this is, you know, just wonderful? The co-funding was something, Maya, where we had a really controversial debate, I can say, in our committee, because there was a co-funding required. But again, what does this mean? Does this mean cash on the table? Are this in-kind contributions? Does this mean 20% of the working hours of a PI or whatever? So it was unclear, and you will see in our recommendations, you somehow have to deal with it in a more concrete way, or you just skip it if you go for another program. Lack of knowledge sharing between Linnaeus centers. There was no meeting, to our surprise, of the Linnaeus centers to exchange, you know, experience. Again, we thought a lost opportunity, and maybe there could be also have been more collaborations between higher education institutions. So these were the lessons learned, and these are our recommendations. Do it again, as I said, congratulations. If you do it, have open calls for any discipline, maybe on a rolling basis. I think one problem this time was you had, I think, 2 calls, and everybody knew that it's over after 10 years. Maybe it's better to have, let's say, rolling calls and then not, you know, 40 at once, but, you know, distributed over a longer period of time, which would also mean that the program should go on longer than for 10 years. Proven excellence of research as a criterion for a grant. Don't compromise for quality. Don't compromise for quality, because if it's an excellence program, it's an excellence program. And look maybe for emerging fields. Don't spend the money of already existing research silos. Go for emerging fields. Look for maybe more interdisciplinary activities. Stay with a long duration. I think, and we thought, this is really great. 10 years, that's great. High degree of flexibility, what concerns the use of the grant. I already mentioned this as a strength. Appropriate level of funding. Is 40 a good number? Do you want to have more? If you have more, then even 40 with a given budget, as we call it, the dilution factor increases. And then maybe your activities become subcritical. If you have less than 40 centers, there is more critical mass per center. But then, of course, you have a discussion in your country, why only 10? Where we have so many good activities going on. So you have to balance this. also in view of the budget that is available. And we thought at the end, if you somehow continue in the spirit of the present program, something like maybe 150,000 euros per PI would make sense. That's not huge, but it's sufficient over a long period of time to start both projects. And then you have to discuss, do you want to have a minimum number of PIs for a proposal and so forth? This then would, somehow fix the overall amount of funding per center activity. So, in summary, has the Linnaeus grant led to establishment of sustainable research environments, fostering international competitive research? Yes. Have the universities strengthened their ability to prioritize and profile? No. Have the centers led to research that has societal relevance? In many cases, yes. I think the centers were really serious of making an effort to become societal relevant in the sense that Maya explained. And has this program given your system more international visibility? Yes, especially in terms of recruiting people, young people, PhD students and postdocs, but also faculty, but mainly young people at the international level. I think this was really a great advantage of the program. So, Maya, I think you agree. Do it again. Congratulations. And we are looking forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, yes. Do we stay here?
Nee, wir gehen, setzen uns runter.
Thank you. Thank you, Jürgen and Maria, for your thorough work and for your very interesting presentation. Good work. We will now move on to our next presentation. And it's the second evaluation. It's going to cover two evaluations. This time, we will hear about the Center of Excellence program called the Berzelii and the VINN Excellence, and the evaluations are made by Vinnova. We welcome the two evaluators from Lund University, who will present their evaluation of the Berzelii and VINN Excellence program. We have Dr. Anders Hylmö, who has a PhD in sociology, and your research profile is mainly in research policy and sociological theory, I think it's called. And we have Professor Mats Benner, well known to most of you here, perhaps, a professor in science policy studies at Lund University, and you're also the vice dean of Lund University School of Economics. True. And you are
as we speak, at least. I don't know, after the presentation, maybe it's...
And a well-known expert in research policy matters in Sweden and Europe. So welcome, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much, Maria. And to quote another famous German, here we stand and cannot do otherwise. God help us, amen. So you've heard from the European jury, and now you will hear from the Scanian jury. And one take-home lesson that at least I got from the earlier presentation is the fewer centers you have, the better. So this maybe speaks in favor of our mother university when it comes to the effects of the VINN Excellence programs. And it also maybe ascertains that we don't have a conflict of interest, given the small presence of Lund in this program. So anyway, we will speak about two center initiatives that developed in some parallel to the Linnaeus environments, but as Göran Marklund mentioned, at least one of them has a prehistory that, well, depends on how far you want to go back in history, but at least in the early 90s when the US model of engineering research centers were sort of tried and emulated in a Swedish context. So the two, let's see if I can Well, that's just the outline. We'll forget about that. So the first of these initiatives is what was in its first iteration called competence centers. Then it was changed according to the excellence discourse of the 2000s into VINN excellence. The objective was rather different. I mean, similar and different, same but different as compared to the Linnaeus centers. So if you look at the third bullet point, it pinpoints a rather complex, an array, if you like, of goals in which scientific impact certainly plays a role. Internationally competitive, yes. Highly qualified experts, yes. But the focus is more on, let's say, problem-oriented. I think the terminology of the 2000s was needs-driven, behovsmotiverad forskning, needs-driven research. So the focus was more on sort of tangible, or at least in a long-term perspective, tangible knowledge interests in society. Whereas you have been looking at science fiction programs, dealing with things that we don't know, that we don't know, that we don't know, that we don't know. So whereas this was more kind of at least known unknowns, or to some extent unknown unknowns, but a kind of straddling between the two. As you can see towards the end of this magnificent, gigantic quotation, the emphasis on, let's say, tangible outcomes in the terms of new products or processes or services, eventually leading to what was also at the time called sustainable growth, hållbar tillväxt. And this was sort of, again, aligned with the Linnaeus Center's 10-year program with 7 million Swedish crowns per year, but also with the Vinnovan formula of 1 + 1 + 1 = 3. So the idea was that Vinnova supplied a third of funding, 7 million per year, and then universities would provide another third, and then partners would provide the third, so to speak. And I mean, there were evaluations also of the Linnaeus centers, as we all know, but I mean, these were rather of a rather detailed and recurrent manner, and rather interventionist, if you like, the evaluations that were done during the course of the program. The second initiative that we've been looking at is a sibling, small sibling, the Berzelii program, which is kind of a bridge between the Linnaeus programs and the VINN excellence programs, in the sense that they were intended to pinpoint groupings that had the kind of the scientific profile of the Linnaeus environments, but had the potential of becoming providers or important underpinnings of important societal sectors. So this was a kind of a test balloon. I don't know whether it was shot down or it just disappeared into outer space, but it was tried once, and 4 centers were identified under the banner of being a Berzelii center. And we ended up, and we will not enter the alphabet soup that you so successfully managed to, so we will just list all of the centers. I mean, basically you can say that the first generation of VINN excellence centers were primarily or exclusively oriented to areas of transportation and working life, whereas the second generation had a more kind of mixture, primarily emphasizing information technology, biotechnology, materials. And then there was one call, as I mentioned, of Berzelii centers, and it was a combination of plant science, one in brain research, and the other 2, I give it the word to you, whoever they.
Sorry, I forget.
Yeah. So that's the kind of the composition of the initiative. So now we move on to how what has been done before and how it was sort of conducted this time. And I give the word to Anders Hylme.
Yes, thank you very much. So before presenting the previous studies that we are doing now, I would like to say a few words about what we already know. As has been mentioned here already, the VINN Excellence and partly the Berzelii programs, they build upon the Competence Center program started by Vinnova's predecessor NUTEC in 1995, with just very slight variations. The Competence Center program was thoroughly evaluated during its lifetime, and there has been, as Göran Marklund already mentioned in the introduction here, 2 impact analysis. The first one was done in 2004, already before the 10-year program ended. Both of these analyses came up with very positive results, and these results directly played into Vinnova's decision to continue funding under the new name of VINN Excellence Centers. So just among the many points that these impact assessments mentioned is that they seem to be successful in reaching their objectives of creating strong research environments of high international quality and visibility. They created exactly this form of new interdisciplinary networks and industry collaboration, so collaboration with industry and university researchers, which was the purpose of this program. And not least, the Competence Centers program in Sweden functioned as an important role model for what was then quite a new organizational form in the university system. And not least through the training and building of competencies for academic leadership, where NUTEC and later Vinnova organized leadership training, for example. The second impact analysis focused on long-term industrial impacts and was published in 2013. And among its conclusions is that the centers were very successful in producing new products and process innovations that were immediately adopted by the partner industries. They also led to behavioral changes in industry, so increasing the research capacities at companies. So learning to collaborate with university researchers, gaining access to networks, easier access to the research front, and learning to collaborate in new ways with innovation, basically. It seems like, according to these assessments, all the parties, so the funders, the host institutions, and not least the participating partners, were quite satisfied with this program and how it worked. And among one of the things that was mentioned by the industry partners is that it gave them increasing access to personnel with relevant training. So both PhD students, but also undergrad students with the relevant competencies that these industries felt were needed. And looking at the purely economic impacts, which is very hard to estimate for I mean, the impacts of participating in a 10-year program and calculating that in monetary terms. But according to this impact analysis, and the most moderate estimate is that the whole program with 28 centers generated at least 1 billion of savings and revenues for the partner companies annually. So basically, it was a very good return on publicly invested money. There we go. So the study we're doing now takes a slightly different approach, since we already know quite a lot about this competence center format. So this study that Mats and I are doing now, that is ongoing, takes a more qualitative approach to the effects of this funding format, the competence center and the Berzelii center format. And and ask basically three overarching questions in this project, drawing on the recent research and theory in research policy analysis and sociology of science. So we ask, of course, what are the forms of impact of this program, with a focus on the organization of research. So what impact has it had on collaborative networks, on researchers and research programs, universities, and of course, participating partners. So, I mean, one basic idea of the whole Center of Excellence instrument is that the time horizon and the volume should allow for more daring and more visionary projects that wouldn't be possible otherwise. So we hope to be able to contribute at least slightly to understanding how does this come about, when does it work, and when what's the condition for this to work, basically. So this is about explaining the variations in impact over these different centers, and understanding what processes, mechanisms, and actors leads to the desired outcomes. And the third question is more of a meta question, where we take a broader grip on this program and study the program in a historical context, the development of the program family, we should say, and also look at Vinnova's quite special mode of working with evaluation and governance of these centers. The data we're drawing on, there is, as we've already mentioned, a lot of previous evaluations and reporting from the centers. We draw on archival material, interviews with Vinnova and some VR staff. We will use bibliometric network analysis, and a main part of the study will be in-depth case studies with qualitative interviews at some of the selected centers. And some of these major parts all lie ahead of us now. So I want to really emphasize that this is an ongoing study. And today, what we're presenting are very preliminary observations. And so the final report will be delivered in a year from now. And regarding these preliminary observations, some observations about what we think are characteristic of successful center collaborations according to the previous evaluations and according to the interviews with the funders we have made already. First of all, there seems to be a clear role for strategic planning in successful centers. So, as was mentioned here in the introduction, creating a 10-year center, drawing together maybe in the order of magnitude of 50 researchers, 10 different partners consisting of different university departments, small, medium-sized, large companies, maybe public sector organizations. Drawing these diverse and heterogeneous actors together, finding some common ground and developing this as things changes over time seems to seems to require that one works with clear strategic planning. So formulating early on common aims for the projects, updating these as one go, and creating realistic strategic plans for how to achieve these common goals. And of course, this requires strong and clear leadership and organizations of the center. And this is seems to be quite important feature of this center format. Leadership here means what the evaluators focus a lot on in the successful cases seems to be center managers with a clear mandate and a clear aim and sort of strong leadership role, and a formalized organizational structure, not least with a center board. And the third point is the importance of involving the partners at an early stage in the process. One way of doing this is to include the partners in the center board, so that the all the participating partners are active in the decision makings of the center. We can see that some of these centers, as was mentioned previously here regarding the Linnaeus environments as well, some of these centers, they are already part of a much larger research environment. So one can ask then, what does it add more than quantitative lists to add just another center grant here? And it seems like, at least in some successful cases, that the requirements of this center format to have this formalized and clear organizational structures and strategies adds a sort of organizational backbone to a sort of a big research environment that can sort of survive and create some sort of organizational backbone for attracting further funding and so on. Involvement of partners is also central to this form, since the idea of this needs-driven basic research is that it is basic research done at universities, but the formulation of research projects and research programs should be according to the needs of the participating partners. So it means that the partners need to be involved early on to formulate the needs and interests and to find common interest and synergies. And one part of the organization and involvement of partners is furthermore the use in these centers of a clear formal agreement between partners regulating not least intellectual property rights. So having these things settled at the very start seems to provide grounds for sound structures of collaboration. A fourth point here is the use, which seems to be something that the successful centers do, of early on setting up an international scientific advisory board. So basically a set of internationally renowned researchers within the research fields that act as an internal peer review system to provide feedback and support, linking up with the research groups internationally and so on. And the fifth part here is the integration of education, not least of PhD training, and integrating PhD students into these industry collaboration networks and sort of making the PhD training or the PhD students experience working with industry researchers and sort of that organizational logic and getting access to industry networks. And thereby also providing industry with competence later on. Let me now turn to the role of evaluation and reporting in this center format, which is quite important. As was already mentioned, these centers are evaluated by international panels at 3 times during the lifetime, so roughly 2, 5, and 7 years. And each stage of the funding is conditional of successful evaluations. And this is, of course, something that requires the center to fulfill the program goals. We have a few cases of centers that have terminated funding because these goals were not in all ways fulfilled. But we can also see this in a slightly larger picture as part of a process of active learning, support, and governance by Vinnova's way of running these centers. And here, learning means that the Vinnova staff attempts, and quite successfully it seems, to learn and over the years accumulate quite a lot of practical knowledge about performance, the workings, development, and management of these centers. So it's sort of quite unusual, I think, for a research funder to have this sort of hands-on knowledge of how these centers are run and function. Support means here that one of the intentions of the evaluations is to I mean, beyond mere control, to provide recommendations and support, drawing on this pool of international expertise with knowledge from similar centers internationally, in order for supporting centers to develop and reaching their goals. And governance, of course, means that this process is also directing research in a certain direction to fulfilling the program goals, mainly through the use of evaluations. And here we can see the evaluations as a form of soft governance, with very much a focus on what I've mentioned already, strengthening organizational and collaborative forms and strategic management. And this works very much, I think, through the very detailed recommendations that these evaluations give, and the follow-up in next evaluations on how these centers have acted on these recommendations. And finally, I think we can say that in these programs and in the evaluations, it's important to point out that the view of excellence here is only one among several complex program goals, as much mentioned initially. We can perhaps talk about something like a threshold view of excellence, where I mean, the requirement is, of course, a high international level of scientific quality in the output of these centers. But it's not only a quest for excellence here, it's something else that's required. We have some cases of centers that seem to be very scientifically excellent, but fail to integrate the diverse actors, and more seem to be like a collection of diverse small projects that doesn't find these sort of synergies and so, which are the goals of the program. And taking a yet slightly broader perspective, we have already mentioned here that the VINN Excellence Program, and partly Berzelii, is part of the Competence Center family. And as Göran Marklund mentioned in the introduction, the competence centers also draw on previous experience by Vinnova's predecessors, NUTEC and STU, drawing back to the 1980s, perhaps the 1970s, of a certain Swedish experience of funding environments in technical research. And here we can see that these funding agencies have worked through developing these models with evaluations from quite an early stage, and sort of learning and developing these models. And the Competence Center model, as it was established by NUTEC in 1995, was part of an international establishment of this format as a recognizable form, where actually the Swedish competence centers were role models for other centers in other countries. So this means that there is now an international experience of this type of center format and this type of goals. And it also means that Vinnova can today draw on an international pool of evaluators that are familiar with the ideas of this type of program. Focusing instead on the reception side among researchers, we can also see that there seems to be a historically developed reception capacity for this quite special type of grants, with something like an understanding and appreciation of a certain way of working, expectations of what this format entails, and not least established the required networks between university and industry researchers, which brings with it a competency for successfully attracting this type of center funding. We can see this, I think, in a certain continuity in center constellation. So we have some of these centers that have survived from one generation of competence centers to another. I think, if I'm not wrong, today we have 7 competence centers running today that came from earlier VINN Excellence or Berzelii Center environments. So we have this constellation of researcher industry networks that have sort of understood the way of working and created competencies and so for this. Of course, there's these programs are focused on technical research areas, and we can also see that these centers are heavily focused or located at the technical universities, which is not so surprising. It seems also perhaps that it is a model that is quite, the threshold for for breaking into and being successful with applications from other research areas, perhaps lacking these collaborative networks, is somewhat harder. So in conclusion, what we see here seems to be a certain institutional path dependency, where we have a model and some form of mutual learning between the funders, the research, parts of the research community and parts of industry, which seem to have adapted to and achieved the appreciation of working with this model and learned to do that. Yes, I'll leave the word to Mats again.
Thank you, and I will use the last couple of minutes,
there you go.
Hopefully in a wise manner. Well, I mean, this, why the European jury can soon leave Stockholm, heads held high. This jury is still out, so this will be sort of a more of a in media res conclusions. But I mean, if we try to sort of zoom back or zoom out to a more general level, you can say that, well, as an observer of Swedish science policy, and I'm pretty sure you have a much more sophisticated discussion in Germany and Finland, but it sometimes brings to memory Kipling's old saying that West is West and East is East, and never the twain shall meet. When you look at the discussions of universities and funders and their interrelations, it's sometimes, well, on the one hand, it's the, let's say, the sleeping beauty metaphor that universities are sleeping princesses that await the prince's kiss from the funders. Or from a university perspective, it's sometimes Gulliver being tied down by the Lilliputs. So universities are constrained by all of these meaningless or more or less meaningless interventions from smallish, short-sighted actors. So whereas we think, and I infer that from your presentation, that there's actually a rather large latitude for universities, enlightened, active universities, and let's say funders with stamina that can actually set long-term goals and steer, but steer wisely, to actually conjoin efforts over extended periods of time. So these types of instruments, when they work well, and they don't always work well, we've learned that, and that's also in our material, and you need to be clear and sharp when it doesn't work, but when it works, it provides an example of where you have environments that are driven by visions and integrations and people that keep reminding members. I mean, I was once a participant observer in a project group where the project leader constantly had to remind the participants in which constellation they were. So in this very multiple funding systems we have, we need leadership that actually can remind, what are we doing? Who are we? What are we doing? And we find ample examples of that in our material, despite the fact that the goals and the composition of both participants and interests are quite complex. But it requires an open dialogue and discussion about goals and means and ends, and also from time to time a more or less fair jury that comes in and gives its verdict. So, thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anders and Mats, for this presentation. Very many thoughts for the coming discussion that we will have later on, and the many great things that you've noted in your ongoing evaluation. The final presentation, this session, the evaluation now is going to present it, is the Forte Center of Excellence. Please welcome Professor John Solomos. He's a professor of sociology and head of the Department of Sociology at the University of Warwick in the UK. Welcome, the stage is yours.
thank you for welcoming me to this event. And I will represent the views here, not just of myself, but of the group of assessors that did the evaluation of the Forte Centres of Excellence back in 2018, who consisted of researchers from both the UK, Holland, Finland, Germany, and Denmark as well. So we had an international panel to evaluate the Forte Centres. And although the UK is no longer part of the EU, I and colleagues at Warwick University and other universities do see ourselves as part of a wider research culture. So I speak to you in that spirit. Now, linking up with the other centres and the discussion of the other centres, the Forte Centres of Excellence go back in history to 2006, when there was a call for centres announced, in a way fitting in with the story that you have heard about the other research calls. And the kind of core areas of Forte's responsibility lie in areas of health, working life, and welfare. And the centres were invited on the basis that they would complement and work in those broad areas of Forte's concern. And the invitation was made on the basis that also another important thing to mention is that another element which links up with what has already been said about the other centres is that the host university would fund in kind and in money 50% of the cost of the centres over the life of the centres. So the Forte would give 50%, and the other 50% would come from the university, the host university. Now, when we made the call for funding back in 2006, when Forte made the call for funding and the valuations were made, there were 29 applications. And of these 29 applications, there were 10 successful centres. And they focused on a variety of areas ranging from issues like aging, alcohol, inequality, public health, working environment, and also a relatively interdisciplinary and new area of research relatively on international migration and ethnic relations. So we funded centers across different universities, including the Karolinska Institute, Linköping University, Lund University, Stockholm, and Umeå University. The 10 centers were based across those universities. Now, when the centers were developed, they were developed on the basis both of the competitive environment in which centers were asked to bid for funding, but also the applications were assessed by international scholars who had some knowledge of the fields in which the applications were being made, and who had competence in a way to assess them, but also to develop a kind of idea of the international positioning of the research groupings. So the kind of granting of those 10 centers and the kind of in that competitive environment was based both on the kind of position of the different research groupings which were applying for the funding, but also some kind of international evaluation in which there was a competitive kind of element. In addition to the funding of the actual centers, Forte then in 2012 also issued a call for funding of PhD studentships in the form of research schools, which were aimed largely, but not totally, at the centers. So there was, in addition to the funding of the centers, funding for research schools for PhD students. Over the 2007 and 16 period in which the centers functioned, there was 533 million funding from Forte. and the co-funding of the universities consisted of about the same, 525 million, over the period of the funding of the centers from 2007 to 16. In addition, of course, and this has been highlighted already by the other presenters, the centers received a lot of other external funding from within Sweden, but also including the Swedish Research Council, from Vinnova, but also there was funding from the European Research Council, from other bodies outside of Sweden as well. So in a way, the kind of idea that has already been spoken about by some of the other presentations, that the centers would also be a focus for bringing in not just funding from Forse and from other funders in Sweden, but also internationally, was part of the kind of focus of the centers. Now, in our evaluation, which we completed in 2018, we did, I think, generally agree with the kind of broad idea that the centers had been a success in various terms, particularly the terms about impacting on the kind of international reputation of the research groupings, highlighting the role of Sweden as a center for research in key areas of research that were funded by Forse, highlighting also the quality of the work that was done by the research centers, but also the links that were being developed with the wider international research cultures. So in that kind of context, I think one of the issues, of course, that is important to mention is the kind of the way in which we thought the centers, not always, I think, all the centers, but at least the vast majority of the centers, were able to bring together not only experienced researchers, lecturers, professors, but also to bring together younger scholars, including the PhD students that I mentioned. And also we found that the centers were able to deal with such issues as the gender diversity of research and those kind of questions as well. Now, in terms of the kind of longer term arguments about having such centers, and some of the kind of other presentations have already addressed elements of this, so I won't dwell on all of them. But in the context of discussions about the kind of the impact of the centers and the kind of longer term impact of the centers, I think that the kind of the scientific impact of the centers can be seen particularly strong in terms of the recruitment of younger researchers, both men and women in this context. It was also important that the centers often prioritized and encouraged interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary research. And in addition to that, of course, they were often working in areas where Sweden had some reputation already as a leading center for research. I mentioned before areas such as aging, areas such as working life and environment and health, where there's been both before and after these 40 centers already a strong reputation of researchers in Sweden as having a strength in this kind of areas. But I think in terms of the kind of longer term impact of the centers that Forte funded, I think we thought when we did our evaluation in 2018 that we could highlight at least a number of key areas where the funding format of 10 years of relatively stable longer term funding, which would allow universities and institutions, higher education institutions more generally, to prioritize research that was particularly a bit more longer term than project funding research. That one of the crucial elements of our report was that the provision of a longer term perspective was an important outcome of the funding of these 10 centers. Also, I think the risk-taking element, which has been mentioned already, and the crossing of disciplinary boundaries was important in terms of the findings of our research into the centers. And linked to that, there was the issue that often the centers and the kind of institutions themselves, the universities, the higher education institutions, prioritize the importance of having a critical mass of researchers to develop areas of research that were important, not only for the universities, but for wider society, both in the context of Sweden and in the context of other societies as well. Now, the kind of the feature I mentioned already of linking some of the funding of the centers to also the funding of research schools struck us as also valuable in the sense that it developed training programs for PhD students and also allowed for the kind of development of new generations of scholars, perhaps, that were already crossing disciplinary boundaries. Intellectually, the kind of focus of the centers on areas of research which cross disciplines often, which allowed bringing together of different scholarly communities was important. But also, I think, increasingly within the context of the evaluation we did in 2018, after the 10-year period of funding had finished, we saw that there was perhaps the biggest consequence of the funding of these 10 centers is that there was clear evidence that national international visibility of the research centers had come to the fore. So one of the kind of advantages we thought of the funding around a 10-year model, although it had the disadvantage that it fixed funding over that 10-year period in these 10 centers, is that it allowed those centers that had been set up to develop and take some risks, to develop interdisciplinary kind of questions and research in their areas, and to allow for a longer time frame than is usual in project-funded kind of research. Now, some of the centers that we evaluated in 2018 also linked themselves to longer-term projects and departments within universities. Others were perhaps more seen as shorter term and perhaps more linked to the model of a center that wasn't exactly linked to longer term ideas about research. But I think the kind of the context, I think, in which the 10-year funding was provided did allow for the emergence of perhaps not only important areas of research, but also methodological and other collaborations with researchers, both in Sweden and internationally. So in terms of looking back at our evaluation, including the midterm evaluation that we did before the final evaluation, I think perhaps one of the kind of emphasis that perhaps looking back we would make is that rather than perhaps in the future funding centers on the same kind of model, there should be some more emphasis during the existence of centers on providing more direct advice about the profile of centers internationally, nationally. So evaluations perhaps should be not so much aimed at the final evaluation, but there should be somehow attempts to develop the profile of centers during their period of existence. And so the evaluation process would perhaps be seen as not just focus on a midterm and a final evaluation, but also I think on developing some kind of model of continual advice for centers during their period of existence. We did think generally that a 10-year period was quite good and longer term funding has advantages. But I think one of the dilemmas that we saw is that higher education institutions differed quite significantly in their commitment to what happens after the funding from Forster finishes. So although many of the higher education institutions were very focused on supporting, developing research after the Forte funding had finished. Others were perhaps less consistent on that kind of point, and there will be perhaps issues raised about that in thinking about the future. I think in the context of another issue that came through our evaluation is that it's important perhaps not to think of centers just over a 10-year period, but to encourage universities and higher education institutions to think what happens to centers after the funding is finished much more. And this is certainly something that came across in the kind of interviews that we did with both senior and junior researchers in the centers, that there was a concern to think through what happens about the future, and that often concern was expressed to us when we did the final evaluation about the continued commitment to the funding of the centers, the development of the centers, once Forte funding was finished. This does not mean that I think we should perhaps be thinking that funding should be more permanent, but there should be at least a dialogue between Forte and other funding bodies and universities about next steps once centers reach some kind of conclusion of their initial funding period. And I think particularly when it came to the issue of what happens to the various PhD, postdoc, other researchers who had been encouraged to collaborate and to work with the centers, in a way, much of the future of these researchers would depend on getting more external funding. And part of the issue, of course, is that the funding sources in the future were not always that clear. So although in our evaluation, I think we did generally come out very favorably in the final report about the actual funding format, the 10-year scale of the format, and the kind of the role of the centers in developing the kind of international visibility of research in key areas covered by the 10 centers. And there was a lot of evidence that this had happened, both in terms of the publications record of the centers, the record of centers in gaining other external funding and recognition for their research, and those kind of criteria. And in that sense, I think we could, in all honesty, when we did our evaluation, come to the conclusion that with one or two relatively small exceptions, the centers were a success and achieved many of their initial and midterm and final goals. I think there is the kind of issue about how one matches up center of excellence modes of funding with more funding forms in the context, for example, of the context of centers that had developed particular reputations. There's also the issue of funding for projects and also funding for new generations of scholars in the future. So the longer term impact of the Forte centers that we looked at, the turn that we looked at, I think the kind of success of the centers lay a lot, I think, in the way in which they did achieve many of their original objectives. They did encourage interdisciplinarity, improve publication, particularly in international journals and other internationally recognized publication forms, such as books by international publishers, etc. There is the kind of issue, of course, about what if one assesses the centers as being largely a success, which we did in our report. I think it's also important to look at what happens in the context of the conclusion of centers. When centers conclude, does that mean that the kind of areas of research are no longer important? In many ways, of course, this is not a sensible question to ask, because many of the areas of research which the centers covered are longer term areas of research, which have important societal as well as social scientific importance. So it seemed to us important to think through the different modes of funding, including future centers of excellence, but also to think about the role of higher education institutions and the way they could actually facilitate the kind of development of centers of excellence within their institutions, both through funding by Forster and other funding bodies, but also how they could facilitate in their own kind of future plans about the role of the university and the higher education institution. Now, I think one of the areas which we thought could be improved upon was that, and this has been mentioned, I think, in one or two of the previous presentations, is that there was relatively little dialogue between centers and a sharing of experience, a sharing of the kind of the learning processes by which they could perhaps, although they were working on different substantial areas, they could collaborate in some kind of areas to find out what they could learn from each other. We thought that that would be important in the future. And also, I think perhaps in the future, if there is such a form of funding as centers of excellence, there needs to be not exactly a heavy-handed approach from Forster, but more dialogue between Forster and the centers about their development, their objectives, midterm objectives, final objectives, and longer-term ambitions. I think in terms of a particular area of concern for us as the external evaluators in a way, is the kind of process by which centers funding tails off. Perhaps there could be a process by which in the final period of funding, there was a clear idea about next steps, or at least more discussion about next steps between Forster and the higher education institutions. What happens to early career researchers in that process? Now, as I said already, there is quite a lot of evidence from our evaluation about the international impact of the funding, in the sense that the publication record of the centers, the kind of centers record of attracting scholars who were able to publish internationally, both in books and in highly reputable journals, both in Sweden and internationally, can be seen as an important success story. And also, I think there is a way in which the centers have been able, if you take their areas of specialism, not only to develop Sweden's reputation as an important locus for research in those areas, but also to increase collaboration with other researchers outside of Sweden, in Europe, and also in some cases more internationally as well, which has been an important outcome of the funding of the centers by Forster. So I think, although one wouldn't judge a center just in terms of this aspect of the international evaluation of its work, I think we thought that it's important that in general terms we found in our report that there are many points of advantage to the funding of the centers, but perhaps there are crucial areas to still be discussed about the balance between funding for centers of excellence and other forms of funding, the discussion about what happens to centers once funding is finished, and what are the kind of dialogues that go on between funding bodies and universities about the future of the new generations of scholars who have been trained often in these centers, but whose future is not always clear, or at least it's not clear to them. It might be clear perhaps from an outside perspective, but for many of the younger scholars that we spoke to, it wasn't clear to them. So our report, I think, was in general, and it ties up with some of the other comments we heard from the other funding bodies, that the initiatives were successful, and there are many pros to the funding of centers of excellence, but there are also issues to discuss, questions to discuss, and areas to perhaps think about how it can be done better in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, John, for an interesting presentation. Really, it really fits with the others. And I would like to remain on the stage,
yes.
Since we're now come to the point where we're going to sort of gather all the evaluators up on stage here. and for some questions, and also from me firstly, and then from you. And so discussion is about what have we learned and where to go from here. Well, so you all have been external evaluators to these efforts in establishing centers of excellence at the Swedish universities. A 10-year program that emanated from the same research bill in 2004. So my first question then is, did you ever have any aha moment, or was there something that really surprised you when you performed this evaluation? Would you like to start, Jürgen?
Well, I can start. I was really surprised how much you can achieve with a small amount of resources. I mean, it's always nice to have more money, but I think the Linnaeus program really is a good example where if you have a long-term perspective, if you go for breakthrough activities where you have a flexible use of resources, only few regulations, lean administration, you can really do something. So I will recommend this to my German colleagues to think about, let's say, such a, how can I say, low threshold, high impact program. I was really surprised and I liked it.
Very good, thank you. And you, Maya, did you have any aha moment? You know about the Swedish system a little bit, perhaps?
Well, an aha moment perhaps was the very, very strong bottom-up philosophy. Of course, now I'm not talking about, researchers choosing their subjects and methods, but I'm more thinking of the management of the individual centers. They had very variable modes of leading the centers. Many have collegial leadership, rotating leadership. In the Finnish Center of Excellence program, there are much more rigid requirements of, having the leadership in place and one director and vice directors, etc. And the same concerns the universities. No sort of strategic guidance at large of the centers of excellence. So also sort of a bottom-up philosophy at the university leadership. And the amazement is that it works. So this appeared not to be a weakness, what concerns now the results of the entire program. I have another point, but maybe I will come back to that after the interventions of the others.
Well, I mean, I was sort of taken that you actually remembered to evaluate the program because so much has happened since 2006, and so you actually, in a way, poked or nudged, so to speak, both universities and participants to actually reconstruct what has happened over the years. So I think that's a very good thing. I mean, that we have this rather cornucopia of initiatives which characterize Swedish research policy, but you actually say that, well, one day we will be back, and one day we will actually look at what has happened, and we will have a stern, even a jury with the gold and silver and bronze medals and so forth. So I think that's a very, I mean, actually remind that these are sort of not gifts for free, but they actually come with conditions, and we ask you to remember to actually reconstruct what has happened. So I think that was a strong aha moment. And also that the conclusion was so, in your case, so in a way encouraging. Do it, fail again, but fail better.
Better. Good.
Yeah.
Thank you. And Anders.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Perfect. Well, I'll take something of a more personal reflection, maybe. I am still quite academically young, and I haven't been working myself with centers of excellence or this sort of research environments before. In my dissertation, I worked with a very traditional and disciplinary research field, namely economics, which is very much focused on scientific excellence of a classic kind. So what's been striking working here is the very completely different way of doing research in these centers. Both the interdisciplinarity, of course, and the collaborative research, but also the way that, as I mentioned in the presentation, Vinnova has been working with this quite active management and evaluative processes. And for me, it's probably been an insight that research comes in many different forms, and there are different needs in the research landscape, and we need sort of different structures and funding instruments that sort of complement each other. It's a reflection.
And you then, John?
Well, I thought one of the things that, looking back at the Forte centers, I think one of the things that struck me, not so much at the beginning, I think, but as the centers developed, is the way that they began to, I think there was the idea at the beginning that they would be perhaps developing areas of research that would emphasize interdisciplinarity and perhaps bring in younger generations of scholars. The way different centers began to make sense of those objectives and actually take them rather seriously and do them, it didn't actually surprise me, perhaps, in a way, because it was part of the original objectives. But the fact that they did succeed in doing that by and large, I thought was a quite pleasant outcome of the evaluation.
Well, it's been very positive outcomes out of this evaluation, all of them, I think, in that sense. And my next question then to you, when you have listened to the other evaluations, what have you learned from each other's presentations here today that either confirms or contradicts the findings from your own evaluations? Is there anything that springs to mind that you feel that has been really sort of, well, this was something I didn't know about, this type of initiative? I turn to you again, Jürgen, because you come from sort of the Central, or more Central European perspective, and are very experienced in these larger programs and a very much larger country. Is there anything that you think that when you heard about the other initiatives as well?
Honestly, there was for me no surprise.
No.
Because at the end, if you look at the science system of a country, you have to have the right mixture. You need, some initiatives like the Linnaeus program based on excellence and groundbreaking research. We don't know, and so forth, what you said. Then you absolutely need research activities that serve in a strategic way national needs, also with the right research infrastructure. And then there is the aspect of wealth creation. I mean, the money that scientists spend has to be earned somehow. So you also need some research organizations that take care of this wealth creation aspect of research. So you need the right mixture, and the system as a whole has to work. I somehow experience Sweden as a country that is very consensual, where everybody is equal, everything is very transparent. Be courageous and make a difference. Not everything is equal, not all the universities are equal, and so forth. Maybe what is still missing in your program is an initiative where you give a large amount of money to the best researchers that you have in your country. Just let them do whatever they want to do at the individual level. And then, of course, you can create centers with all the aspects that we discussed. I think the right balance is important. And as a smaller country, of course, you have to make a very, good use of the limited resources. But the right mixture is important. And I had the feeling that you have a good mixture of different activities. Maybe there are some aspects, I wouldn't say missing, but my understanding is you are permanently benchmarking your system at the European and international level, and be critical, also self-critical.
Thank you.
So if I compare what I heard from the Forte evaluation, and I also read the report, so there are several very, very important, absolutely common points. So the findings are similar between these two programs, what concerns now research excellence and building of sustainable research environments, researchers' careers and the younger generation, and the internationalization of the Swedish researchers' base. So you identified weaknesses in the commitment of the host universities' financial commitments, and also, of course, as you said, with the post-program fate of the individual centers. So we had the same observations. What struck me in the Linnaeus evaluation was that there were very few mentionings in the documentation and in the hearings of collaboration with industry. Of course, the technical universities have these, that's clear, but nevertheless, the sort of highlights and also highlighting the importance and success in these. But now I start to understand, because there are other programs which focus on this particular societal relevance. So now maybe this point makes sense, that we didn't hear, I think, enough of that as we were expecting.
Well, I mean, and there are several striking things. I mean, from John's presentation, I learned or inferred that even in, I wouldn't say constrained, but I mean, in controlled sample of recipients, you can create lots of variation also within the pool of, let's say, 40 researchers. It's not just the same ducks that sort of swim around in the pond, but they swim a bit differently or in different groupings. So you can actually bring about variety also when you have I wouldn't say small, but smallish kind of sample of recipients. And from what I learned from the VR is that you can actually ask the research community to self-organize. You can actually throw out an opportunity and you will get an intelligent response, which is rather, I mean, in the German case, I mean, you have the universities going and you need plans and so forth and so on. And in Finland has a rather delimited sort of understanding what the center is. This is much more of a variety between different types, and seemingly it worked. And that I think was also striking, but it also indicates that this is tough money for the recipients. You need to have some sort of embeddedness of these groups. Otherwise they will be, I wouldn't say that the shit hits the fan, but I mean, there will be effects that will lead to people focusing on other opportunities during the duration of the program. So you need mechanisms that sort of make the environments coherent over time. And here I think it's striking that the universities have some lessons to learn. I mean, how do you create coherence over time in these groups? And it's also interesting to see that a yes and a no equals a yes. Your first 2 points. You had first a yes and then a no, and that equaled yes. And I think that's also very interesting, that it's a promising initiative to actually do. And I also think that when you have some sort of duration over time, it works to have different programs in combination. So ideally, you should have programs that maybe have the self-organized nature of the Linnaeus environments, but also work in this more, I mean, with intense contacts with societal partners. So ideally, people should actually try to do several things at the same time. So they shouldn't exclusively be Linnaeus environments, but they should actually have two thoughts, keeping two thoughts at the same time.
Anders?
I would like to pick up on John's observation about the challenges of the ending of center funding and sort of where to go next. And I think it raises two questions which are quite general for the Center of Excellence instrument. The first one is, what do we want to achieve with this? I think it was one of the assessments of the competence centers where the funders thought that they expressed it very nicely like this: when the party is over, it's over. So this is a one-time grant. Now go out and play and sort of survive on your own. It's not supposed to be a continual grant. But that's, I think, a question of how we want to view the purpose of this. Do we want to create enduring structures that maybe can receive continued funding? That structures that provide continual and renewed high-quality outputs, or do we intend the grant to be a mechanism for renewal and sort of achieving novelty and upcoming research groups and so on? That's the first question. And the second one is the question about these initiatives as one-off initiatives, or should we have some sort of continuity and clarity about sort of repeated, I think you mentioned that initially as well. Should there be a sort of transparency in the research community that we have expectations, that we have calls every 3 or 5 years or something like that, so we know there will be upcoming calls and possibilities to continue these center constellations?
Could I just mention here that the Finnish Center of Excellence program started in '95, I believe, and it is continuing. Yeah. That is a continuing concept. That is a great value.
Could be tried here as well.
I mean, I think on that last set of issues, I think I think it would be difficult and not perhaps a good idea to have a very inflexible idea that you just have centers that continuously get funding even after the 10 years. So I'm not suggesting something like that. But I think there is an issue that came up a lot with the 10 centers we were looking at, about that you had this kind of funding decisions, you had some kind of interim discussion, but there wasn't really much discussion about what happens after. So in a way, I think it's more that point, but I do think in practice, and this also goes back to the point that was raised about the Linnaeus centers, that if you have like perhaps calls for funding for centers on a regular basis, then there would be the possibility that areas of research that are emerging, developing, could also be reflected in applications. And I think that is more the kind of model actually which we are used to in the kind of UK context. Although the UK might not exist much longer, we still just about exist. But in the UK system, we have more that model for the last 20 years or so. But I think that there's also the kind of disadvantage of that kind of thing, that you have these centers that then disappear rather quickly because they're funded for a period, and then a new fashion comes on, and then it's difficult for centers that still have a reason to exist to continue. So I think there is that kind of, I do agree in general with the idea that perhaps just having one call and then fixing everything for 10 years is not such a good idea. But then there's the issue of what happens if issues remain important. I think another issue which struck me as important, and in a way comes to both the other presentations, is this issue of societal importance. And in the UK, we use the language of impact a lot, which is the kind of language that has crept into the discussion in the UK. But I think societal impact was, in a way, part of the Forster Centers, but a bit like you described, it came into the discussion a bit later than the beginning of the centers. So it became something we discussed more in the final evaluation and less in the interim evaluation and less at the beginning in some ways, although it was there. But I think it's likely in the future that issues about impact, societal impact, will be important for researchers to be able to at least engage in a dialogue, given changing political and other environments that we're all part of, not just in Sweden, but in the UK or in Germany or other contexts. You have this issue, which is not always clear, but it's certainly in another context which I've been involved with, which is the research excellence framework in the UK. issues about impact have become really crucial in the development of this model of research evaluation over the last 10 years. But I don't think anybody really knows what impact is. But it's supposed to be important, so we're supposed to be evaluating it. But in all honesty, I'm not sure people are that clear, even though governments, research councils, other bodies talk about it. I think from a social scientific perspective, it's always difficult to know what is it that we're really measuring. I mean, societal impact is a good term in a way. Impact is a more generic and loose term, but I think there is the issue, what are we measuring when we do that? And I think it's not going to go away, but it's something we need to perhaps think about.
In the Linnaeus evaluation, we call it actually societal relevance, since impact, it's really hard to decide when the impact is happening.
That might be a better term.
Yeah, to some extent. Thank you. And now, let's see if we have any questions from the audience. Yes, over here. There, in the middle there, you have.
So thank you. I'm Gunnar Landgren from KTH. So I would like your comments on the role of these programs and in the funding agencies for picking out the scientific, technical topics and the sort of push-pull interaction between the university managements and the funding agencies in actually being able to accomplish a prioritization and a focusing effect. For example, in the Linnaeus program, universities were allowed to send in a certain number of applications, which in most cases were quite much larger than the number they actually got in the end. So that enabled the university management to do a pre-selection where they thought they could possibly be strong, and then they got some additional money that helped them to actually be very strong, and that became part of the prioritization. And it certainly, I think you can say that in the KTH case, we got 3 Linnaeus centers that actually strengthened areas where we, of course, were very strong from the beginning, but we still are very strong. And I think that is sort of we could not have done that without the Linnaeus money. So I think, it wasn't possible to just say that this, by definition, is our strategic priority. We need this sort of interaction, and also I think the funding agencies have some kind of responsibility to make sure that they put their bets on a good application. Of course, the sort of the writing, the art has to be good, but also that you identify emerging areas, make sure that we don't get all the centers in one area, and that there's some kind of there's maybe identify that there is maybe a lack of proposals in emerging areas where we need to take special measures. So if you could comment on this. I think that the topics are very important in this.
That's
maybe
for you.
No, I think that
I can start, and maybe you can.
It's good.
You can add. We really discussed this quite lengthily, and at the end we recommended open courts. So no, let's say, restriction and disciplines, really open courts. Because if it is a center of excellence program, then it's on excellence. It's competitive and it's on excellence. And if you want to have, let's say, strategic programs, call them strategic programs and say, okay, this is a program on mental health or on Alzheimer, Parkinson, or cancer or whatever, or this is a program on artificial intelligence. That's up to you. I mean, how you want to do it in your system. But if it's a center of excellence program, it's on excellence, and then it should be open. And the universities, they have to do their job. You have to make a pre-selection. And this is where you have, as university, the chance to really combine this bottom-up approach with some kind of strategic issues that you as a university, as a higher education institution, think is important for you in the mid and long term. So I think that's what we discussed essentially.
Yes, and I think our observation was that part of the universities had a very rigorous pre-selection procedure put in place for this particular purpose, and others were not that rigorous, or they didn't have a pre-selection. But then, of course, half of your question was aimed at Vetenskapsrådet, how then the funding agency decides after they have gotten the results from the panel evaluations concerning the different areas of research. So there the responsibility lies with your organization.
Yes, of course, there's a combined responsibility here.
May I
yes, of course.
I mean, you always run the risk in these centers. I mean, that because you're a bit sort of risk averse, that what is good in these centers are not new, and what is new in the centers is not good.
It's not yet good.
So in that sense, I mean, you run the risk of sort of avoiding to take risk, given that it's long term and so forth and so on. So, and we see that also actually to some extent in the VINN Excellence. I mean, the programs that have difficulties have a rather complex set of societal stakeholders around them, and they are rather complex also in their epistemic. So I mean, they spend a lot of time actually thinking about who they are, whereas some of those who fail, also that succeed, they think too little about who they are and where they are headed. So you need to encourage bold steps also in establishment, so that you don't bet on safe horses in these programs.
Any more comments on this? Do we have another question here? Here we have the microphone over here. I think it's fourth row.
Hi.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Hi. My name is Katarina Nordqvist. I'm from Formas. I just want you, if you could elaborate a little bit on the co-funding pros and cons, since, as I understood it, most of the centers in the different kind of funding streams had co-funds.
For the Linnaeus?
Yes.
For the Linnaeus?
Yeah, we can say something as well.
We can, yeah, please, anyone. You can start then.
Shall we start?
Yes,
I mean, one of the interesting aspects of the VINN Excellence, because you would imagine that co-funding would be the simplest aspect of these centers, but given that they built on such long-term relations with very established societal partners, it was actually a bit difficult to pinpoint what kind of co-funding actually was produced. So in that sense, I mean, you can too much trust between the centers and the network. So I mean, you need to be really clear about the co-funding that is actually afforded, both by universities and by partners, because otherwise you would think that this is merely a kind of something that you do when you construct an application, but you need to be really tough on the inputs, the financial and intellectual inputs of the partners, and that has not been always that easy, even in strategic programs.
Do you want to continue, please?
Well, as mentioned already in the presentation, Jürgen said and pointed out that there was unclarity about what the rules would be, and our impression was that in kind, how did it realize itself, really was there cash or not, etc. But a very important category of co-funding is research infrastructure, important, expensive research infrastructure, and that we saw in many cases to have been the case. And this is, of course, part of building sustainable research environments. But our recommendation, wasn't it, was to have more clarity beforehand of what the financial responsibility of the host institution should be.
We discussed this really in a, I can say, controversial way. There were some members of the committee that said 30% cash. Full stop. That's clear. I mean, if the center gets 600,000 euros a year, then it's 200,000 cash on the table. no way out. Not so obvious for a university. My personal feeling is the university has to show some kind of commitment. This has to be part of the proposal. And if there is more commitment, that's a competitive advantage. But I would not, I personally, but this is my personal opinion. This probably is not the majority meaning of the committee,
okay.
is co-funding doesn't make a sense. The university has to commit itself, and this has to be clear in the proposal. And the stronger the commitment in terms of infrastructure, technology platforms, blah, 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 the better the position of the university in the competition. But, you know, these co-funding issues are very difficult. Is it 20% of the PI? Is it 10% of the president? Is it, I mean, difficult.
I think there should be much more discussion at the beginning. I think having the discussion about co-funding after a center gets awarded, it's too late. I think the discussion needs to take place before centers are funded. And it should be, in that sense, I think clarity. It's not so much the amount, but there should be clarity about what is the co-funding, what is the infrastructure commitment, because across some subjects, there would be the need for quite a bit of infrastructure as well as actual research time. So I think there needs to be some more discussion really at the process of developing centers.
Thank you.
I have a question.
I think, yes, please. You have time for one other question.
That
Yes.
is about the difficult question, I think.
We cannot hear you.
Then I speak up.
Better.
This is one day. This day costs more than all our projects for 15 years in the programs you are discussing. We have the effect of Lehman Brothers, the economic effect of Lehman Brothers in China, and according to Christine Lagarde, we have this effect. So my question is, how do you formulate scientifically a project that is addressing a scientific problem on the unknown?
That goes to you, John.
Yeah. I mean, I think it, in a way, the point you make about a day like this and the cost and everything, in a way, it's fair enough. But I think part of the issue with, I think part of the issue of having centers of excellence, and it's an issue which many research councils and governments and other institutions have played about with in different ways for the last 20, 30, 40 years in different ways, as we have seen in the presentations. But I guess the whole idea of having centers of excellence, it's partly premised on the idea that you're funding groups of researchers whose research will receive recognition as meeting certain standards of excellence, not only because they have got funding, but because what they produce from the funding actually increases the kind of the scholarly, the kind of other impact of their research. So I guess a center of excellence kind of discussion is really premised on the idea that it's like a way to develop excellent research by focusing funding on particular areas, particular themes, particular questions for research. So I think that is why we have had this discussion on and off for really, certainly all of my career, there's been this discussion about how to fund centers of excellence in different ways. And I don't think it's a question that there is one model for centers of excellence, but there's a way in which we're discussing how to focus funding and develop excellent research. And I guess this issue of how we evaluate excellence is part of the issue, of course, because in a way it is academics in various areas of research, disciplines, areas of research, that can come up with some kind of idea of what excellence is in terms of evaluating applications and things like that.
Maybe one quick additional comment. There are always
Yes,
days like today.
Yeah.
But I think you have a very good example in your country at the University of Umeå, Emmanuel Charpentier, who was doing pioneering work on CRISPR-Cas. When she did this, would you ever have imagined what would develop out of it? Never.
Yeah.
That's high, the definition of high risk, high gain research, breakthrough research.
Thank you. And we would really like to thank you all evaluators for doing such an excellent work and continuing work. So please give them a big applaud, and we will hand out a small gift to them.
For a 1 hour break now, and we will be back here at 1:15 when we start again. So welcome to the lunch, and our host outside will show you the way. I will get over to you, Maria, to
Yes.
introduce our first speaker.
We are very excited for our next speaker here. She is a senior fellow at Bruegel, which is a European think tank that specializes in economics. She's also a professor at the Department of Management at the KU Leuven and has been a policy advisor to the European Commission. She's well known for her research on science and innovation. Please welcome Professor Reinhilde Feugeler, who will present the report with the title Europe, the Global Centre for Excellent Research, and tell us about how to organize research so that it promotes excellence. Perhaps you can also tell us if Centre of Excellence is a good way to do this.
Of course.
The floor is yours.
Thank you.
Thank you for inviting me here on this conference. I know it's always a challenge to present after lunch. It's also a challenge because I'm an economist, and it's also a challenge because I'm Belgian, which usually is associated with some level of anarchy. So I'm not sure I will be able to deliver on all the promises that you have raised here in terms of being able to answer this question of how good is it a policy to invest in research excellence, and how good can we actually do a job on this. Okay. Yeah. So as already was mentioned, so we've been working quite a lot on trying to see to which extent research excellence is really important as a driver of economic growth, and what role Europe can actually play in this, and what role European policy instruments can actually do in terms of ensuring that Europe has this role as a center of excellence for research here. I'm trying to summarize a bit the report that we did on this, where we first will identify what are the trends in the global science and technology landscape and what role Europe plays in that, and then to look at indeed European policy instruments, particularly its research and innovation framework, and most notably it's the ERC instrument, which is the most pivotal instrument for supporting research excellence. How has this contributed, and can we learn on the way anything that could actually help to improve the future design of this? But before I go into this, perhaps also a bit situating the context in which we currently are, and how that drives actually a different perspective on research excellence here. So first of all, I think an important point to note is this shift in science and research production function, where we had new digital technologies, big data, AI, which is affecting a lot of industries and sectors, but also the way in which science is being done here. And where you could have similar concerns like you have in other industries, that big data, digital technologies, concentration in few players would also actually be what you could expect in science, is that this use of these technologies and research infrastructure creates more advantages for large scale here, and would mean that only a few number of players would actually be able to deal with this technological opportunity here. On the other hand, there are also quite a lot of others which say that the low-hanging fruits have already been picked, that's much more difficult to come up with the next big idea here, and that there are diminishing returns to keep on working in the same areas here. And if you combine these two, then it would actually really be that the next winners would be those that can actually play on completely new areas here, and again would emphasize the need to be radical enough from the existing fields here in order to be the next winners, where these next winners will definitely have an advantage of that big scale here. So that's one important trend that we might need to look at. If that's the case, then there would be much more concentration and fewer scientific players here. That could be countries, that could be labs as well. There is also another important trend that we have been seeing already since a long time, is this pressing societal challenges, which are really big, and particularly they're big in terms of requiring answers that crosses traditional scientific boundaries here. So like the examples of climate change, the diseases, the pandemic that was also raised by Jurgen this morning. Lots of these grand challenges require crossing a large scale of different scientific perspectives in order to be able to deal with these societal challenges. And then the question is, can the incumbent science system deliver and deliver in time by being able to cross these different, to build up that critical scale, which is not really scale, but scope in terms of combining all these different disciplines here. And then another important shift to mention is the shift in the global science and technology landscape in terms of geography, where we had really many decades of leadership of the US, a story of Europe catching up with the US, but now also a very important new pole, which is China. You could see this as a threat in the sense that that would mean more competition from other parts of the world. And if you see that in a zero-sum game, the more China wins, the less we would, the US and Europe would be able to win. But you could also see it as an opportunity for win-win in the sense that we now have a much more global and broader and bigger science and technology capacity for which everybody can win by specializing on those areas where you have a comparative strength and where you can collaborate and attract talents from a much broader scope here. But in any case, what it shows is that, again, it will be top players here, but there is much more turbulence at the top in terms of new scientific leaders that come up here. So that's definitely something to take into account in terms of when we're looking for research excellence. It's there are tendencies that would suggest more concentration and fewer players here, but enough turbulence in terms of who these new players would actually be here. And then other important trends that I have to look at is in terms of the public funding context for research and science here. Particularly in Europe, we have problems in terms of low growth and associated austerity here, which means shrinking public budgets, including for research here. But what's perhaps even more important is that these shrinking budgets is very uneven in the sense that the countries that are already strong in research, there we don't see this cutting in budgets here. On the contrary, they sometimes forge ahead, while the cutting in the public budgets is particularly in the more weaker countries in the south and also in the east here. And so that creates, again, a lot of divergence and concentration of science and scientific power in a number of countries that are already strong here. Also, in terms of not just the size of the budget, but where the budget will actually also be spent on, much more emphasis in terms of trying to identify where the impact is of this research funding and the impact, then measuring not only in terms of scientific impact, but also in terms of economic and societal developments here, and very often also of local economic impact here. Local economic impact, and because politicians also have a shorter term horizon here, very often the impact needs to be short term, and that makes them very often very risk averse here, particularly for those kind of science that would only generate benefits in the longer term here, which is typically the case for the more risky approaches here. There's also way more emphasis on evaluating, and when we are evaluating, particularly at larger scale, we use a lot of evidence that comes from bibliometrics, and bibliometrics very often, because the way in which the indicators have been constructed, emphasize a lot of short-term impact here, don't always are able to capture the more longer-term impact here. Also, and it was already mentioned this morning too, is that you see in many countries, not just only in Sweden, but also in many other countries, a concentration of funding on excellence here with programs for star researchers, but also for top institutions and leading countries here. So the funding is also way more, so there's a tendency to having it more concentrated in fewer players here. So overall, so it's not only that the scientific system itself is could be concentrating more on fewer players here, but also the funding follows from that and will actually stimulate even more, perhaps, concentration in fewer countries or fewer top institutions here. So that's why this topic of concentrating research funding in excellence is that that's definitely an important trend these days to look at here. So with that context in mind, what role is there for Europe in total and the different member states of Europe in what role can they play in these global trends towards research excellence here? So one important point already mentioned is this change in the geography of science here with new scientific poles and particularly the rise of China. I think you all know this here, but just a few easy graphs to show this here. So on the top you have the share in world articles here, and then you see that China has really that's the light green area line here, has risen very rapidly and is now actually the largest producer of scientific articles compared to, has outdone the US. Europe is still bigger, but that's EU 29, that's still included. That's still included the UK, and that's an important player, of course. In the left side, you see, because of course we're looking for excellence in research, the way we typically with bibliometric indicators measure excellence is those articles that belong to the top 1% most cited articles in their field and in their year. If you look at that indicator, there you see that the US is still on top very much here. The good news is that Europe indeed has been catching up on this and is now has the same share of its of all world articles that are highly cited here. So really, Europe has done a great effort in catching up with the US. China is not there yet, but you see also there it's making important inroads here. Now, if you take it as what's the share of every region in terms of these top publications here, that's a zero-sum game. But what I would like to show on the right-hand side is that this increase in research excellence is something that's actually not so much a zero-sum game, but actually that every country, every of the major countries has actually grown in terms of the quality of its research that it's producing. And the way to measure the quality of the research in a country or a region is by seeing how many of its publications belong to that group of world's most cited publications here. That's what you see on the right-hand side. And there you see that actually in all regions, the quality, all the major regions, the quality has actually gone up because more of their publications belong to these really important top one articles here. That holds for the US, that holds for Europe, also holds for China here. So all the polls actually win in terms of having a higher quality of researchers here. The rise of China, of course, is also very specific to certain fields, and that's what you see in this graph here. So you see that the rise of China is particularly strong in areas like computer and information science, engineering, material science, and chemistry. That's where really they are specializing in, and it's particularly in these areas that they also go for the higher quality increments here, because it's in these areas that they already are making the biggest progress also in terms of the high quality, and have actually in some cases already outdone the US and Europe in terms of not just the number of publications in these areas, but also the high quality number of publications here. So it's a very targeted area, targeted areas where they are making progress here. So Europe, I already mentioned, we've done a good job in terms of increasing our share of research excellence in terms of measuring the number of top publications that we have. That's for Europe in total, but if you look at all the individual countries, the good news is actually that this increase in the quality of publications has taken place in all the member states here. So it's not just we're becoming more important in Europe because all the countries, only a few countries are actually behind this increased story here. That's not the case. So it's definitely not concentration in fewer players which forge ahead here. The increase in quality takes place in all the countries here. Nevertheless, there is still also a strong increase in the very strong countries as well here. So the glass is half full, half empty here in the sense that everybody increases, but still the top countries are also still importantly increasing. That's what you see on the right-hand side. The country that actually is increasing the most in terms of quality, and it was already an important country, is Switzerland. And if you look at other countries like Denmark is also making very important inroads here. Sweden is not doing too bad either, is also increasing here, but it's not as strong as for instance, Switzerland and Denmark here, but still better than most of the other EU countries here. So there is indeed still, although everybody improves, there is still evidence that it's the really better countries that are improving even more in terms of increasing their research excellence here. So still some evidence in terms of concentration on fewer players here. I already mentioned that I still include the UK as part of our European research area here, but the Brexit will have an important impact here. So here you see the contribution of the different countries for all the top publications that Europe produces here, and you see that the UK is on top and is responsible for 30% of all our top publications here. That's it's not only because it's a big country, science country, but it's also because it's really very big in the top as well here. It has gone down somewhat over time, but very little. So it is a very important contributor to our research excellence that we might be missing if the Brexit scenario was one of a complete isolation of the two different poles here. So the point that we also wanted to make in the research that we were doing here is that within these trends of research excellence and that this growth of multipolarity in terms of more poles reaching that research excellence, how can we benefit from that? Is it a threat or is it an opportunity here? And we really want to emphasize the opportunity part of it, that it's a win-win situation for everybody. But so how can we benefit from a much more multipolar global science? And within Europe also benefit from a much more integrated European research area where all the different poles are actually improving in size. How can that actually help each other from further continuing to grow in terms of research excellence? Well, that actually requires that we're also active in two important mechanisms which we can benefit from that more global research excellence environment here. And that's on the one hand, international collaboration. International collaboration as an important gateway for building research excellence, because we know also from lots of studies that have been done on that international publications are on average of higher quality than national publications, if only because you're using much more complementary and strong research excellence when you combine international expertise here. So international collaboration is a mechanism to build research excellence and a way to benefit from that much more developing global research environment. That's one dimension. And another dimension is the ability to recruit researchers on the international scale here. So the international mobility of researchers is another gateway for research excellence, because again, those that are internationally mobile researchers are typically of higher quality than the ones that stay local here. So what we want to do is actually see the extent to which Europe and individual member states are actually using that international collaboration and international mobility of researchers, because that's actually a way to check to which extent they can actually build further their research excellence by thriving more in this from this global research environment. So let's have a look at first international scientific collaboration. And the way we typically do that is by looking at, again, publications, but now international co-publications here. So we know that European countries in general, if only because they're smaller countries here, are more likely to collaborate on scientific publications, particularly if you compare with the US or China, which are bigger countries here. However, the evidence also shows at the same time that most of these EU international publications remain geographically limited to within Europe here. So there is clearly also, could call it a bias towards international collaboration within Europe, not necessarily extending outside Europe. Still, the evidence does show, though, that indeed publications that are written by a European author with an extra EU partner is really way better. It's so the evidence. Well, this is one number, but it's always in that kind of order of magnitude, 3.75 times more often cited than a publication that would be purely European collaboration here. So clearly there's a lot of opportunity for international collaboration to lead to much better scientific output here. With extra EU partners, and it's particularly the US and also increasingly China here. However, if we look at what kind of patterns do we see actually that the collaboration of European countries with US and with China, although there are quite a lot of them, if you correctly factor in how big these countries are in terms of scientific size, that then actually it's actually much less than one would have expected on the basis of their scientific size. So that's what you see in the graph here. So if you look at all the different combinations of European countries with the US as well as with China, all these numbers are below 1, and that means that they are less than what you would have expected on the basis of the scientific size. The only bar that's above 1 more recently is the US-China one here. So US and China is one important tie which has increased over time and which is even above, somewhat above 1 here, indicating that the US and China are much more intensively collaborating than what you would have expected on the size, scientific size of these countries here. So that's reflecting that, that they are trying to actually, or could actually be trying to set up a virtuous circle of collaborating so that each of them would actually gain from that. And that's an opportunity that Europe doesn't seem to be exploiting. It's not only that we are below 1 with both the US and with China, but it's also not increasing over time here. That's again perhaps somewhat of a bias that's induced by working together within Europe here, with that biases or diverts attention away from collaborating outside Europe here. Just for Sweden, I also looked up the numbers on that. So here you see, so the bullets identify the share of with whom you're collaborating, and the biggest one, of course, is the US. But if you factor in the size of the US, you're actually way less than what you should have expected on the basis of how important the US is in the scientific landscape here. So it's really one of the less important or underrepresented partners here. China is the same, although about 10% of your co-publications are with China. It's still much less than you would have expected on the basis of the size of China as it is today here. And I don't think it's a surprise that the countries with which you are more than collaborating with, more than you would have expected, that's the Scandinavian connection here. So that's Denmark, Norway, and Finland. They have already traditionally been very strong, but actually have also even grown over time here. So that's definitely a Scandinavian connection that's overrepresented compared to the size, scientific size here. For all the other European countries, you see that it's often below what we would have expected, but it's improving over time here. And I tend to interpret that as a result of the ongoing process of the European research area here, which emphasizes intra-EU collaboration here. That's what you definitely see in the data. So overall, so for Switzerland, sorry, Sweden, you do see international collaboration, but you see a lot of emphasis on the Scandinavian, on increasingly now also with other European countries here, but much less so with outside extra EU partners here. And given the shift in terms of where research excellence is, these are partners that are underrepresented here. So that was this international collaboration. The other mechanism I mentioned that countries can use in order to benefit from this global scientific excellence is by recruiting of international talent here. So that's the international mobility of talent. So one way of tracing this is it's not so easy to find good data on that, but again, we used publication data, and there we trace authors on publications, and if they change national affiliation, that's what we record as an international mobility of authors here. So it's an imperfect measure because it's only authors that we can trace over time here, but it does give some idea in terms of where is this mobility taking place, and also the quality of the authors, because we know the publications and we also know are these top authors or not. So we can also identify not just who is mobile, but how good are these mobile authors here. So what you see on the left side is just the mobility of researchers. So for every country, you can calculate how many authors come from outside and also how many authors you actually lose as well that show up on publications in affiliations in other countries afterwards here. So what you see is that here, the countries are also rated on how good they are in terms of their local science base. And what you see is that actually, so Switzerland is a very open model here. The US is in principle also very open, but because it's big, of course, it's way more difficult to get large numbers of incoming and outgoing here. But what you see is that overall, the good countries definitely are also very open. So they attract a lot of researchers, but what you also see is that the outflow is very highly correlated with inflow. So countries that are open, they're able to attract a lot of researchers, but they're also very interesting countries to attract researchers from, because they also have very typically also a high outflow. And then, of course, it matters what that quality is in order to see whether countries like Switzerland or the US are not just competitors in terms of attracting research talents, the best research talents, but since there is also quite a lot of outflow from these countries, it is also important to see them as possible sources where you as a country can actually attract from as well. So you see actually Sweden is doing pretty well on this. So it is indeed using international mobility of talents because it has a high share of its research, its authors coming from outside. But of course, it also loses a lot of countries, a lot of authors as well here. So then, of course, it really becomes important who are we attracting and who are we losing in terms of research quality. And that's what you see on the right-hand side. So there we actually measure the quality by the quality of the publications that these authors had before they moved, in order to check the quality of the brain drain or the brain gain that you have from attracting or losing researchers. We express all these qualities relative to those that would stay local purely here. So it's always relative to the local ones that are immobile here. So if it's larger than one, that means that the ones that are that you are attracting, so that's the new one, would be better than the ones that you actually already have. So that means a brain gain from attracting researchers here. So what you see is actually that that brown area is actually always larger than one. So that actually means that attracting researchers from abroad is always a brain gain. The ones that you attract are always better than the ones that you already have. So you can increase your research excellence by international mobility here. That holds even for the better countries like Switzerland and like the US. It holds even more so for countries in the back here, which are less strong here. So they gain even more from attracting. Of course, they are attracting less, but nevertheless, it is a mechanism to which they could actually be winning in terms of research excellence. The ones that are flowing out, so that's, do we have a brain drain if people move out of the country? So that would mean that the outflow, which is the green bar here, if that would be larger than one, it would be an outflow, a brain drain. So what you see is that this is for most of the countries somewhere around one. So there is, but higher than one. So that would mean that indeed also the outflow is a brain drain, but it's relatively restricted here too. But what you see is that actually for these countries that are in the lower part, so which are weaker science countries here, for them the brain drain is actually way more important. So the ones that are leaving are really the better ones compared to the locals, and so for them the outflow of researchers is really an important brain drain here. The US is actually the only country in this set where the brain drain is not there. So although they lose a lot of researchers, see, the ones that they're losing are actually worse than the ones they keep. So they actually, the US is one example, is one of the better examples in terms of benefiting from mobility. Although they're very good, they still attract even better ones here. And although they lose a lot, the ones that are leaving are not the better ones here. So overall, they win. They're the most likely to win here. And if you look at China, so China in this respect, you see that the ones that it's actually losing is in terms of relative to the quality here. So they're losing very important research talent. So there's definitely a brain drain going on here. The ones that they recruit back are better than the local ones. Most of the ones that are new are returnees. So these returnees are improving the scientific capacity of China here, but you still see that the ones that are returning are not better than the ones that are left here. But that creates also a lot of opportunities for other countries, and the US is definitely already using that a lot. But also for Europe is the ones that are leaving China are still so much better than the local ones here that we would all benefit from. All the countries actually would benefit from attracting Chinese students or scholars here, because the ones that are leaving are so good, such a brain drain that they are a brain gain for all the other countries here. And that again identifies this win-win scenario here, is that we could all win from attracting Chinese, the high quality of the brain drain here. And China at the same time is also winning through the returnees. And although these returnees are not as good as the ones that are leaving here, they're still way better than the ones that are local. So it can use the returnees to increase its local science here. So recruitment of international talent is really an important mechanism for countries to build in a win-win its research excellence, and could actually explain that this growth towards excellence can actually happen in multiple countries here, as long as we can benefit from that international mobility. It was just in case you wanted to see Sweden here, and you see again, so Sweden, so these are the numbers in terms of Sweden compared with the other northern countries here. So definitely Sweden is in terms of the inflows and outflows, it's a very open country here. And in terms of the quality, what you see is that it wins from the ones that it's attracting. It also loses from the ones that are leaving here. But it wins more from what you are recruiting than what you are leaving here. So letting this mobility, this open mobility of researchers flow is important to increase the quality of the Swedish research system here. So this overall, in terms of setting the scene of the global changes in research excellence, and how countries actually can make sure that they remain and that there is room for all countries to benefit from that global research by increasing their research excellence, but requires that we're using these mechanisms of international openness through collaboration as well as mobility here. So the next thing we wanted to look at is then what's the extent to which the EU public funding would actually help to ensure that the EU is well positioned on the global research excellence frontier, and whether it's sufficiently using this mechanism of international collaboration and mobility of researchers to reach that research excellence. So the good news is that the EU funding for research is something that through the framework programs has been gradually increasing, at least in terms of shares of the total budget here. And then the total EU budget. And then the extent to which it's allocated to excellent science is also pretty well stable, in the sense that 1/3 of the whole program is dedicated to this Pillar 1 excellent science. So definitely excellent research is a high priority in what the EU funds. And within that Pillar 1 on excellent science, you have the most important instrument, which is the European Research Council, started in 2007, which of course, continuously has to fight for its share of the budget here, but has seen an increase in the budget and importance over time. So in terms of budgets, there is a willingness for the EU to actually fund excellence in science increasingly more than what we've seen before. How this EU budget for research excellence then flows to the different member states? So does it create more divergence between winners and losers or not? So if you look at the success rates within the ERC, that's very heavily correlated with the quality of the research in the member states here. So that's what you see in this picture. So you have here the success rate. Here you have the quality of the science in a country as measured by how many of its publications it has in this global top 1%. And you see that all the countries that are doing very well are also the ones that have that high scientific quality, just reflecting that the ERC is very good in picking the high scientific quality in the different countries. There are a few outliers. Israel is doing way better than that. And Denmark is actually doing somewhat less than what you could have expected on the quality of its research here. So in that respect, the ERC does concentrate further research funding towards those countries that have already a very strong own research scientific excellence. And within the country, there is also a very high correlation. In many countries, the ERC grants go to a few top institutions here. I've looked up, for instance, for Sweden, the top 3 biggest recipients of ERC grants in Sweden are the 3 top institutions, Karolinska, Lund, and Uppsala here, and they already account for 55% of the ERC grants. So high concentration of that kind of instrument, but the concentration goes to those countries that have a strong scientific excellence and to those institutions that have a strong scientific excellence here. How does the framework program contributed to research excellence? So again, we have had a lot of evaluations of this, and the evaluations usually are pretty positive in the sense that those publications that are funded by FP7 are typically of substantial higher quality when you compare that to the other publications of a region here, and that goes up till 3 to 4 times higher impact factor as compared to the ones that are not FP funded. So in that respect, FP does pick scientific excellence. And if you look at the instrument, the specific instrument ERC, 7% of its publications are in the top 1%, so that's 7 times more than what you would have expected here. So definitely the ERC is also picking much more these top publications as an outcome here. So in that respect, the answer would, the evidence would seem to suggest that indeed the funding that the EU provides does help to build scientific excellence and put Europe in as a center for scientific excellence. Does it also support these mechanisms that we have identified that countries and regions can use to build on that global scientific excellence? So does it also stimulate international collaboration and international mobility of talents here? So international collaboration definitely is stimulated. That's in many programs of the EU also enshrined as a kind of criteria. You need to collaborate with others, be it that most of that collaboration is with other member states here. So that's a bit of bias that the framework program really builds in, is that it does support international collaboration, but 90% of the funded international scientific collaboration remains within the member states, the 28 member states here, and only very few are with even associated countries like Switzerland or Israel, and even less so with third parties here. So that's the positive news is that it does stimulate international intra-EU collaboration, but with the possible danger of diverting attention away from collaborating with other partners here. And that's a bit unlucky in the sense that those collaborations with extra EU partners have an even higher quality premium than the collaboration with the intra-EU. So intra-EU collaboration does improve the scientific quality, but collaborating with extra EU partners would have an even bigger jump in terms of quality here. And also we checked for the ERC, again, the specific instrument for research excellence. A lot of ERC publications are internationally collaborations here, including extra EU collaborations. And like, for instance, 75% of the top 1 extra EU collaborations are with the US. So ERC publications do also play on that international collaboration to build excellence. The other dimension was the international mobility of researchers. Is that something that the framework programs would actually stimulate and would be the story behind why framework programs would help build research excellence? Is because it stimulates mobility of researchers. Here, again, it's not so clear to find that evidence, particularly also because a lot of that international mobility, like we've seen for international collaboration, if it happens within the European area. So if you look at the ERC, there a quarter of all the applications of the ERC come from non-citizens here. So foreigners that are not citizens are the successful applicants in ERC, 1/4. That's not nothing, but it's also not massively important here. So it's 1/4. And also important, again, to note is that most of that inward mobility is from within the EU here, because only 1/4 of the foreigners that you attract, the non-citizens that you attract, come from outside the EU here. So the ERC, in that respect, is not so much used as a mechanism to which you can actually bring talents from outside the EU, particularly, again, US or China here. And then if you look at which country is actually most using the ERC grants to attract foreign talent, that is the UK, has the most applications from non-citizens. So the UK is really the entry port for which a lot of foreigners, certainly from outside the EU, are entering into the EU area. Question again is, with the Brexit, are we losing then that entry point or not? Also, Switzerland and Austria are very open systems here. But again, they're much more attracting, when they're attracting foreigners, attracting that from within the EU rather than extra EU. Then you see Sweden. Sweden is not doing bad in that respect. So it's also a lot of its ERC grants that it is attracting. It is attracting with these ERC grants non-Swedish here. And it's above 1, so it's more than what you would have expected compared to the size of Sweden here, but it's less than, for instance, the UK or Switzerland or Austria here. So in that respect, there is still room for improvement of using these ERC grants to attract foreigners from abroad here. Okay. So overall, if I want to summarize a bit what the effect is of the framework program, that's definitely there are positive news in the sense that the instrument is good in terms of committing to research funding to excellent research here. There is evidence that it does lead to more higher quality research, not only for the top countries but also for the weaker scientific countries here. It does improve international collaboration, but be it that this is mostly intra-EU here at the cost of perhaps biasing against collaboration from outside the EU, and that definitely the attraction of foreign talent through these mechanisms is something that definitely can be improved further. And then I would like to use my last 5 minutes to zoom in a little bit further on the ERC as an instrument for stimulating research excellence, because it's a very specific instrument dedicated to research excellence. And the question really is, does that instrument work in terms of improving research excellence? But a fundamental question, and it has also been in the morning regularly mentioned, what do we mean actually with research excellence? What is the kind of research that we want to fund with this instrument here? And that's really the focus on, in the ERC rhetoric, it's research excellence, but it's always a bit more than just research excellence. It's this high gain, high risk type of research. That's basically what the ERC instrument's been designed to set up. That, of course, entails dimensions of excellence, but it's more. It also has to do with big impact impact, really big impact, so breakthrough type of research, and not only big, but also wide, so impact that actually affects very many different areas as well. At the same time, also risky, because these big breakthroughs very often come with high risk here. And risk very often is associated with new types of research that are being done here. And a lot of new research is research that crosses traditional disciplinary boundaries here. So a lot of different dimensions than just purely excellence here. It's also looking at these breakthroughs, this risk-taking, and this risk-taking coming from novelty and crossing disciplines here. And so then the question is really, so to which extent is the ERC successful in funding, in selecting and instigating that kind of high gain, high risk type of research here? That's also why it was designed here. It was also because it was believed that particularly at the EU level, this would be an instrument that would be very complementary to other instruments here, because that high gain, high risk, and particularly the risk taking is something that it's much more easy to organize at the higher EU level, where there is more room to take risk as compared to the national funding instruments here. And also as a way to counter a bit the general opinion that's out there, is that a lot of funding, public funding, particularly in member states, is becoming way more risk averse. So can this instrument somewhat rebalance that kind of risk aversion that we've seen in other funders here? It was definitely designed in such a way that it would this would lead to much more risk taking in the way in which it was structured in its grants, because what we've known from the other funding instruments is that if the grants are short-term in nature, like 3 to 4 years, then it's really very hard to recover from failure. And that biases against risk-taking here. It was also mentioned this morning how important it is that you have a window of 10 years. That's enough in order to recover from failure here. And so it's this long-term window that's really important. But a lot of normal grants are too short so that you cannot recover from failure. And that means that you have to go for the low-risk types of projects that are sufficiently certain to generate results within the time frame of your projects here. What you need to have is really funding that's what's in the literature called protected space, that is sufficiently big and sufficiently long that the researcher no longer has to have this push from, I need to make sure I look for new funding here. And so you need to the funding needs to give a protective space for the researcher that he can really go in the areas that he wants to do and is freed of any kind of discipline of looking for the next funding here. So that's why size and length of the funding is a very important dimension here, and that of course is something that that the ERC grant definitely entails. Another design characteristic that influences risk taking is the review process. Reviewers very often are peers, and peers appear to actually in research that has been done on this appear to be quite risk averse here. Very often they have to have a consensus, and consensus leads to avoiding more risky ones here. It's much more easy to find a consensus on lower risk type of projects here. And also reviewers always tend to look for, if there's no crystal, there's no grant, so there has to be already some preliminary results. So on average, we know also from a lot of evaluations that panels tend to be very risk averse here. And that's why it's also important to make sure that you design your panels in such a way that they're willing to take more risk here. So what the ERC definitely in its design was focusing on, first of all, it had as a clear mission that it would go for the not just the excellence, but really the high gain, high risk, the ones that shifts the frontier here. The panel members were really selected globally on excellence here, and we're giving a very clear instruction is not to go just for the excellence, but really for not avoiding risk, but really going for the high gain, high risk here. And our grants were big and longer term here, so should be giving that protected space here. So it was designed like that. Did it also deliver? So the first question is, what is the way to assess high gain, high risk type of research? How can we do that actually? The headline KPI that the Commission imposed on the ERC was what share of publications from the ERC are in this top 1%. That if that's your KPI, that just measures excellence, and that's it. And of course, there was a target that was very easily met. So the target that was set was 1.6, and I already mentioned we had 7%, so we were way above that KPI here. But of course, the question is that the KPI that really measures high gain, high risk here? So we had to look for other indicators to measure that high gain, high risk here. And that's, of course, that's still a bit of a tricky exercise, but the kind of measure that we developed in order to be kind of proxy for risk was a measure of the novelty of a scientific paper. And we measured a novelty of a scientific paper as, do you make new combinations of references from different areas here? And if you make new combinations of references that have never been made before, then we classified you as a novel paper. And we identified that those are papers that are taking way more risk here. And also the analysis that we did was indeed confirming that those kind of novel papers have all the characteristics of more risky ones. First of all, they're very rare. Only 10% of the publications make these new combinations here. They are likely to be really becoming breakthroughs, so they have a higher likelihood to be breakthroughs, but it takes a way longer time before they get a breakthrough here. So it's not within the 3 or 4 year window that you typically look at when you look at impact factors, but will take at least 4 to 5 years before they actually reach their big impact. So it takes a longer time, which is to be expected because it's risky, it's new, it takes a long time before actually it's recognized within the field here. Also important characteristic of this impact is that the impact very often happens in other fields outside your own field here. Makes it also more likely that it takes a longer time because the impact is a non-field here, but that also identifies how important it is in your evaluations to cross different disciplines here, because the impact very often of risky research is not in your own field, but will actually also be coming from other fields, and that expertise also has to be present in your evaluation committees in order to be able to select that kind of high risk here. So if we use our normal bibliometric indicators, the journal impact factors, they really measure impact in short time windows here. They would actually not pick up this more novel high risk type of research here. So using our traditional bibliometric indicators biases against that kind of novel research here. So what we then did is and this just illustrates what I said, that this novelty has larger probability for breakthroughs here, but takes a longer time and comes from foreign fields. So it's really measuring, although it's not a perfect measure of risk, it is associated with more risky type of research here. So what we then wanted to look at is within the ERC, does the ERC pick the projects with PIs that have profiles that have this high risk, high gain type of research here? That's one thing, so the selection. And the second thing we actually examined was whether there was any treatment effect here, whether if you get the ERC grant, you're more likely to do that kind of research here. And what we find was actually in terms of selection, the ERC does a very good job in picking the highly cited papers, so the excellence, that's no problem, picking those. But there was a significantly negative selection for high risk, so it biases against that higher risk type of research here. And that bias actually comes from the junior grants here. Those are biased against, not the senior ones, it's the junior ones that if they have done too much of that novel research, they actually are less likely to be selected here. And in terms of treatment, we don't find any treatment for high gain. So the fact that the ERC is scoring so well is only because of the selection, not necessarily because it induces more research here. We did find also no treatment effect for novelty, except for the juniors. So for the juniors, we do find that when they get these grants, they are much more likely to be going into more novel research as before here, because they're freed of this discipline of having to fund for the next time here. So for the juniors, there's way more bias against novelty here, and for them it matters way more to get a protective space here. in order to be able to do the novel research that they would like to do here. So overall, that's my last slide here, is the lessons from ERC that we take in terms of how to fund excellent research is there is always a risk that there is a bias against risky and novel research in terms of selection. It's also not so easy with your instrument to induce more risky and novel research here, and that even when you design or try to design your program as good as possible to deal with that high gain, high risk, there is always this danger of bias and lack of effects here. And this is because actually I think tolerance for risk is a much more general science system issue here. If your panel members operate within a system that is very risk averse here, it's very hard to induce them to be risk taking and select even for the instruments that you have designed here. And so trying to install a program that is embedded in a risk averse system, that's a very challenging so you really have to work on the whole system in order to reach your objectives here. So thanks for your attention here. And that was the major results I wanted to share with you for the discussion.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your excellent speech on the importance of research excellence and in the global scale. Reinhilde, we will have the pleasure of having you on stage again for the panel discussion later on this afternoon. And now, I would like to present the next speaker. From our neighbor country, Norway. She is the State Secretary for Research and Higher Education, and she has a PhD in political science from Oslo University. Please welcome Åse Marte Johansen Horgmo, who will present the Norwegian Program for Centre of Excellence, which has been running for more than 20, or for almost 20 years,
almost
I think.
20 years,
yes.
Yeah.
Please welcome.
Thank you.
Åse.
And thank you for the invitation and the opportunity to be here. For me, as a former researcher and evaluator of research initiatives and research programs, it's quite interesting to be here and to listen to all of the previous speakers. So I'm really glad that I was invited to come here. I'm to talk about like our quest for excellence in Norway and how we've addressed some of the issues that's been discussed and evaluated here today, and to present our program, Centra initiative. A lot has been said today about excellence and that we strive towards excellence. But the question is also a little bit, why do we do that? We know that research and higher education play a key role in the development of a society that is environmentally and economically sustainable, as well as socially, culturally, and politically sustainable. And these are all issues that I think, again, have grown in importance and also are more clear in the debate. And it kind of also relates a little bit to the relevance and the impact side of excellence, although excellence is also a goal in itself. But we also know that high quality research and education are crucial to ensuring high employment rates and a viable business sector, which is also important goals for us, especially as politicians. And they are also absolutely necessary for the continued stable development of the Norwegian, or I might say the Scandinavian welfare societies. So the Norwegian government, as I guess the same goes for the Swedish government, we've high ambitions for our research and higher education. However, knowledge development is driven by more than ambitious goals and targets. In many cases, it is curiosity-driven research that has led to the most extraordinary results and also impact. But moreover, it takes time to accumulate knowledge, which is why it is necessary to employ a long-term perspective and be willing to allocate the necessary resources. I quite like to frame the term you used, that you need to be able to recover from failure, which is actually a very nice way of handling high risk in a bit, maybe like a risk deflecting manner. But I like the term, I'm going to take that with me. But it also means that research doesn't come cheap. We need to take risk, I guess, but we also need the stamina, as I think was mentioned before, and the money. But what we did to develop world-leading research groups in Norway was to establish the Centers of Excellence, or in Norwegian, Center for Fremragende Forskning, back in 2002. So in 2 years' time, we will be 20 years old. And in the years that followed since this scheme was introduced, we have developed several other centers and initiatives. And I think among the most important ones are the Centers for Research-Based Innovation and the Centers for Environment-Friendly Energy Research. The primary objective for all of these centers is to conduct targeted and long-term research. These schemes or initiatives were established in a situation where evaluations of Norwegian research had shown that we had relatively few researchers and research groups that could be termed excellent. So we had, I guess, what we can call an excellence gap compared to other countries. And there was therefore quite a strong support at the time for the idea of allocating larger grants to excellent research or aspiring towards excellency research groups, rather than distributing the money equally to all. However, the evaluations have continued to show that we still have relatively few excellent research groups. But they've also shown that the situation is improving and that the concentrated efforts are working. Thus, even though Norway accounts for less than 1% of the world's total research effort, we are among the leading nations in some areas, such as marine science and climate research. What we've seen is that allocating large research grants is a very effective tool in governing science, of course. People go where the money is. But that means that it should also be used with some caution, I think, because it affects directly the scope, the content, direction, and impact of public research. And there are several dilemmas, as I think have been shown here today, concerning research excellence initiatives. Firstly, excellency is not the only goal for research policy. It might not even be the primarily goal of a research policy. Specialization and division of labor, access to academic environments across the country, as well as innovation and collaboration with the working life and the business sector are among other important goals. So while strong concentration of resources may give us excellence in a few fields, more moderate degrees of concentration may give us more and much needed flexibility and variety of perspectives. So we must therefore find a balance, or a healthy balance, between concentration and dispersal. And perhaps one could add then the dilemma of high risk, high gain, and the fear of failure in this dilemma area. But in my opinion, we need to ask ourselves what gives the highest value for the money, or the most bang for the buck. Is it large portions of funding allocated to a small number of scientists, or is it smaller portions allocated across more numerous research teams and more diverse research topics? And I think here we could also reflect a bit about your point on how there is somewhat of a winner takes it all dynamic, which perhaps adds to our lust to put money in fewer areas in order to be one among the winners within some areas. And with the large and complex societal challenges that research must address, it is also a question of whether current allocation mechanisms are good enough to reward interdisciplinarity, which is another issue that I think concerns us not just in Norway, but also across borders. But despite these dilemmas, I still believe we must continue our policy to stimulate excellency and excellent research. We must do this both to further develop the outstanding research groups we already have, but also to develop new ones. And we must do this both to be competitive in areas that are important to Norway, what's in it for us, and to help meet global societal challenges. So maybe competition, large size grants, and performance orientation are particularly needed in our Norwegian system. Because this is a system that is fairly rooted in egalitarian culture, and where universities and colleges have a share of basic funding that is greater than in almost all other countries. But a strong commitment to excellence depends on refills from below and good recruitment policies. And over time, therefore, the Research Council of Norway has developed its funding scheme to better meet the needs of researchers at various stages of the research career. The funding scheme for independent projects, dubbed FRIPRO in Norwegian, is an open competitive arena that provides funding for basic groundbreaking projects in all fields of research. And over the last few years, the Research Council has developed FRIPRO into a chain of instruments aimed at respectively young research talents and more established researchers, and finally, outstanding research groups. In this way, FRIPRO has evolved into an important qualifying arena for seeking funding from the Centers of Excellence scheme and from, of course, the European Research Council. So our national scheme for investment in research infrastructure is of great importance for developing world-class research in Norway. And over the past 10 years, every 2 years, we've allocated funds to around 25 large, complex national projects. And in recent years, the allocations has been on 1 billion Norwegian kroner each time. So the topic here today is the evaluation of the Swedish centers. However, I'm speaking of the Norwegian centers of excellence, which we are also evaluating. But the evaluation isn't done yet. I think it will be done around May. But the evaluation will, I think, follow along the lines of some of the other evaluations presented here. They will see or look for if the initiatives have increased scientific quality in Norway and whether it has had effects on the research system in general. So there is both a systemic approach and an evaluation of the initiatives. It's also an international evaluation panel, and it will also make recommendations for further development of the Norwegian Centre of Excellence initiative. So at the Ministry of Education and Research, we are eager to see the evaluation results. We have a total of 44 centers of excellence that have received grants for 2 times 5 years. So far, the Research Council of Norway has awarded 3.6 billion Norwegian kroner to these centers. And in addition, the Council has signed contracts to pay an additional 2.4 billion kronor. So it's a large investment for us. I think there is also here an issue that's been mentioned before with co-payment and so on. And the Research Council grants accounts for about a quarter of the total budget of the centers. And the total funding invested in centers of excellence by the Research Council amounts to approximately 1% of public allocations to research and development in Norway over the years from 2004 until 2017. But as I mentioned, we still have to wait a few months before we have the results of the evaluation. But I do have a few points, some data that I would like to comment and that we've prepared for the International Evaluation Committee. Of course, bibliometrics are important. Data from the report, Bibliometric Analysis and Career Mapping of the SFF scheme by NIFU indicates a high activity in the centers. The researchers within the centers have been involved in more than 30% of Norway's top cited articles, the top 1%, and 45% of Norwegian ERC grants during the period from 2007 to 2018. And another finding at this early stage is that the centers of excellence have shifted the general Norwegian international cooperation pattern, which is also important. And what we see is that they move towards the more or the most influential research institutions in the world. And I think we are very happy with that shift. And at the same time, the bibliometry report shows large variations among the centers. 2, perhaps 3 centers in each generation account for a large share of the publications. So an early conclusion may be that some of the centers of excellence are producing groundbreaking research. And in addition, the probability of observing groundbreaking research is higher at the Center of Excellence than in Norwegian research in general. However, again, the variation is quite big. Researcher training is another important component of the center's activities. PhD students and postdocs represent a significant proportion of the research at the centers. The centers employed 456 PhD students in 2018, which corresponds to 8% of all PhD students in Norway. They employed 274 postdocs, which is about 14% of all the postdocs in Norway. And in addition, the completion rate for these recruits is very good. For those of us who are not researcher or as I, an outdated researcher at the very best, it's perhaps most exciting to learn that generous and long-term support for good research environments actually does help to bring the world forward. The available data actually shows that basic research from the centers does have a societal effect. Even though this was not a criteria when we started the scheme, it seems to have somewhat happened anyway. And a substantial part of the center participants report that the center has increased their interaction with the society, the business sector, in terms of involvement in knowledge transfer activities and research dissemination outside of the academia. And I would like to use the opportunity to present a few examples of the societal effects. The Aquaculture Protein Center at the Research Institute Nofima was set up in 2003, has given us an important foundation for future work on fish feed, which is a big business or industry in Norway. And of course, that is of high relevance to the aquaculture sector and to the economy. And upon its closure, the center had created a knowledge platform that later led to the establishment of a new center for research-based innovation. The Bjerknes Center for Climate Research, originally set up under the Center of Excellence scheme in 2002, has become one of the key climate research centers globally. Today, Bjerknes has 230 scientists from 37 countries. And investigators at the Centre for the Biology of Memory at the Norwegian University of Science and Technology discovered the neural elements of a circuit that codes for position in the mammalian brain. These elements are also part of our memory system. And the discovery of the key component, the grid cells, actually brought them here to Stockholm, as they was recognized with the Nobel Peace Prize, the Nobel Prize in 2014. And of course, speaking of May-Britt and Edvard Moser. An important success factor of the centres is the considerable length of support, as you mentioned. The scheme provides long-term but not permanent financing. It's thought that after 10 years of operation, the successful centres would be sufficiently competitive to obtain funding elsewhere and to be supported by their host institutions. And after all, we only contribute with 25% of the centre's budget. But it turns out that how to best handle the ending of the Centra period has been a topic of much debate. What do you do when the money runs out? So since the start of the Centre of Excellence scheme, a total of 21 centres have ended their project periods. Some of the currently active centres have their origin in previous centres, so they managed to get new funding. And others have found external funding through other sources, such as the European Research Council, other programs within the Research Council of Norway, as well as the Norwegian scheme of centres for research-based innovation. So many of the now terminated centres have been able to continue some, but perhaps not all of their activities, and perhaps under a different organizational umbrella or name. So in the current long-term plan for research and education, we discuss whether there is a need for a funding instrument with an even longer time horizon for Norway's most exceptional research groups. But in my opinion, it is primarily the responsibility of the host institution to secure long-term and predictable financing for the best research groups. The reason is that we believe that it is important to retain some dynamic, I think you call it turbulence, and in both within the scheme and in the research system as a whole, and that would be more difficult in a system of centres with semi-permanent funding. However, to help resolve the problem, we've made one important adjustment to the Centre of Excellence scheme. While previously we had a restriction on applying for a second time, the government opened this opportunity in 2018. So in conclusion, I'd like to say that the goal of developing more world-leading research groups still stands. Hopefully, the forthcoming evaluation will give us new knowledge that can be used to develop the Centre schemes. But I will also add that in addition to stimulating scientific quality, we want centers of excellence and other research council initiatives to have effects on the research system as a whole. Such effects may, for example, be to influence the internal priorities of the institutions or contribute to collaboration across disciplines. However, the most important reason for pursuing our goal of world-leading research groups is that large, concentrated efforts are a more efficient way to counter the major societal challenges that we are facing. So in contrast to more individually oriented grant schemes like those of the European Research Council, the Norwegian Centres of Excellence may bring together researchers from different disciplines and address more complex research questions. We might even help to contribute our bit into help to address the grand societal challenges that we face. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you very much also for sharing your experiences with us, and we're looking forward to read the evaluation coming up. Okay, thank you much. We hurry on to our next speaker, Director Jonas Björk from the Ministry of Education and Research. it's kind of your last performance we just found out, because you're starting a new job very soon at Forte as Director General.
Yes, very soon at April 20th, I will start at Forte as the Director General. So looking forward very much to that. I think there are a number of co-workers here from Forte.
Yeah. Okay, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me to this very important conference that has attracted so many people. I think there are more than 200 people here today. It has been really interesting to hear the talks. Unfortunately, I wasn't here during the morning, but to hear Reinhilde giving the international overview. I can skip that from my presentation, I think, after your excellent presentation, and also to hear about the Norwegian Center of Excellence program. The other Nordic countries was much earlier adopters, I think, than Sweden on having these kind of funding schemes. I also have the apologies from my state secretary, Malin Cederfelt Östberg, who couldn't attend today, but she is giving you all the best of luck with this conference. I also have a personal memory of the Linnaeus grant scheme that you were talking about this morning. The first Linnaeus grants was announced in 2006, and at the time I was working at the Swedish Research Council, responsible for the natural science panel evaluating these grants, and it was a very impressive panel with a lot of distinguished researchers, and the panel was chaired by former director of the National Science Foundation in the US, Rita Caldwell, and it was really inspiring to be a part of that process, and it feels a little bit special to stand here today, almost 15 years later, talking about these Centers of Excellence programs. However, my presentation will be a broad approach, and I will discuss strategic investments in general, and including then Centers of Excellence. And I will start with an international comparison, even though we had the excellent one by Reinhilde. I will say a few words about that. So, as measured in number of papers and citations, Swedish research has good quality and is international competitive. On the other hand, considering that Swedish funding of R&D is among the highest in the EU, and in an international comparison, we could maybe do even better. Several comparable countries invest less in R&D and still have a higher production of papers and have a higher visibility of those papers. We are in a world that moves fast. Many countries increase their investments in R&D, and this makes them more competitive in the international comparison. And exactly like Reinhilde said, after many decades of leadership by the United States and the EU and Japan, other economies have increased their R&D spending, with China as the most significant case. This might also affect business investments, who move the core of their research to where they can find qualified people that are close to their most important markets. In the government declaration in January 2019, the Prime Minister was clear on that the priority for research policy during this term would be twofold. First, to maintain and protect the free research, and second, to further promote research that contributes to the solution of societal challenges. These two priorities are the starting point for the coming research bill that will be presented to the Parliament later this year. It has been an international trend in making concentrated investments in centers of excellence. The motivation for this varies. Sometimes it is to increase the quality, and sometimes to meet societal challenges. And societal challenges can include everything from development of the society, industry, to global challenges such as climate. Free research is also of fundamental importance to get high quality research in areas that are relevant for present and emerging societal challenges. When scientists decide themselves, they often select areas that do meet such challenges. And I will now try to summarize the strategic R&I investments that have been done in Sweden the last 20 years in a couple of minutes. So the first specific programs for Centers of Excellence in Sweden at a larger scale was made by the Social Democrat government in 2004. And the Linnaeus program and the Berzelii program was part of this. These programs were a relatively minor part of the total government investment in research. The most part of the research budget, including new funds, was then for free research. That is, the government left it to the universities and to the research funding organizations to decide on the programs. The center-right government during 2008 to 2014 presented a research and innovation bill in 2008 with strategic research areas as a centerpiece. The major part of the new funding went to such areas identified by the government following a dialogue with industry, society, and the research funding agencies. The intention was to give predictable and stable funding on long term. But even with these focal areas, most of the research funds were still free for universities or funding agencies to decide on. The criteria for selecting strategic research areas were research that can contribute to the solution of global challenges, areas where Sweden had a world-leading research, areas where Swedish companies had R&D and where public investments could contribute to further strengthen the competitiveness. An evaluation in 2015 showed that most of the strategic research areas have been very successful. In the research bill of 2012, several additional programs were initiated. Although the original plan for the strategic research areas was to focus only a few areas, after 2 research bills presented, allocations of funds for strategic R&I or centers of excellence had resulted in more than 30 priority areas. In the bill 2016, several 10-year national research programs were presented. The goal was still to meet societal challenges in several selected areas such as climate, sustainable societies, migration and integration, and antimicrobial resistance. These programs are governed through strategic research agendas produced by the funding agencies in cooperation with stakeholders outside academia. The government stressed the importance of cross-disciplinary and cross-sectional approaches. The aim for the coming research and innovation bill is that Sweden shall continue to be a leading research nation. It is important to continue to train scientists and specialists with knowledge in the international scientific forefront so that we will be able to contribute to global challenges. This is especially important now considering the focus Agenda 2030 and our responsibility to contribute to solution of global challenges. High quality research is also an instrument to attract high-tech companies to localize their R&D to Sweden. This will give us a higher knowledge content in Swedish products, more employment in the high-tech sector, and increased export incomes. We must also give scientists the opportunity and possibility to focus on areas with high risk and high return, which was also mentioned earlier. The introduction of 10-year research programs in 2016 was one way to address this. By doing that, we are giving scientists the security they need in order to plan for an extended time. These programs can be further developed and possibly new introduced. So to summarize, the theme of this conference is Centers of Excellence. As described, successive governments have for 20 years made investments in different forms of Center of Excellence and strategic research funding. The fraction of the funds for this purpose has therefore increased over time. Starting in the 80s and 90s, there were small programs during a couple of years for areas where policymakers had identified a social challenge that needed research. The more substantial programs came in the research bill starting 2004. The evaluation of strategic research areas in 2015 showed that most of the centers had high quality. One may ask oneself if the result of the evaluation confirms that the investment was successful. Many of the centers were already excellent from the start. When comparing the scientific output made by individual researchers participating in the centers, it is easy to note that these centers included the best and most cited scientists. The citations of those are higher or even much higher than the average for a field. This is no surprise. They were selected because they were excellent. Seen over time, it cannot be easily confirmed that they benefit from being a center. Considering the large extra investments given, one can imagine that the production and visibility would greatly increase. This is, however, seldom the case. Excellent researchers participating in an excellent center continue to do excellent science. But it's more difficult to confirm that their work has been much improved by the investment. This may be talking against the Center of Excellence would be the way to give us research excellence. However, something that speaks for centers of excellence is that they form an environment for excellence with stable long-term conditions that gives researchers the opportunity to develop excellence. In addition, it remains that the government must ensure that research funded by the public also performed in areas useful for the public. That is, that the research meets societal challenges. And I'm sure that this conference has contributed to inform policymakers on how investments in centers of excellence have influenced Sweden's position as a research nation, as well as how these investments have contributed to address societal challenges. I wasn't here this morning when you were talking about the Linnaeus grants, but the ministry always has its spies in place. So I was told that the key evaluation questions for the evaluation was answered with yes in 3 times and no in at one question and possibly at one question. So it seems like the scheme has, the Linnaeus grant scheme has been able to establish sustainable research environments. It has led to research, at least to some extent, to social relevance, and it has certainly promoted Sweden as a research nation internationally. However, the ability for the universities to prioritize and profile hasn't been that successful with this instrument, at least. So, ending this short speak, I hope that the following panel discussion can give interesting advice on how and if Sweden need new Center of Excellence program. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Jonas, and a symbolic gift to you too. Now, we're a bit late, but we all welcome you to coffee just outside the conference hall, and please try to be back 3:15 again when we start.
So, welcome back from the coffee break. And now, this is when it all comes together in a panel discussion on the future need for this type of program. The panel will be discussing, should Sweden have a new program for Center of Excellence? I have the pleasure of inviting Professor Kristina Morberg on stage. She is a professor in organic chemistry at KTH, and she also sits in the board of the Danish National Research Foundation. She will be moderating this panel, and she will also invite her fellow panel members.
Thank you very much and welcome everybody. So I would like to start by asking the panel to come up on the stage. So as you already heard, what we are going to discuss is the question, does Sweden need a new program of Centers for Excellence? And I have a very distinguished panel to discuss this. Reinhilde Wögler, who you already have met today, professor in managerial economics, strategy and innovation at Catholic University at Leuven. Hans Adolfsson, who is professor of chemistry and vice chancellor of Umeå University. Peter Aronsson, professor of history and vice chancellor of Linnaeus University. And Tobias Krantz, head of policy for education, research and innovation at the Confederation of Swedish Enterprise, Svenskt Näringsliv in Swedish, and also former Minister of Higher Education and Research. So I welcome you very much. So I would like to start with you, Reinhilde. You talk very much about excellence. And as you already heard, you have been a member of the previous ERC Scientific Council. And that we also heard that you are a co-author of a study that was requested by the European Parliament Committee on Industry, Research and Energy, called Europe, the Global Centre for Excellent Research. And you quoted from this study a lot here. So you stressed excellence in your talk here, and you also stress excellence in this study. Excellent science and technology capacity is a necessary condition. Research excellence is critical. Scientific research excellence is the sole criteria, etc. So you also mentioned here how you identify excellence. Maybe you can say a little bit more about that in connection to centers of excellence, because what you discussed was in the background of ERC with individual grants. And also, how good are we at identifying the excellence when it comes to excellence centers?
Yeah, these are, of course, all very big questions,
yes,
which I can only contribute partly to answering. If we would have the full answer, that would be really easy. So first of all, I think research excellence is really important because it's really the frontier of research that really pushes the boundaries and also where most of the applications would actually be from. We also know that industry or any other application of this really comes from the shifting of the frontier, and that's why the excellence really is important. That's not to say that you also need a lot of incremental improvements here, but that these incremental improvements always depend on, do you make the big shifts in the frontier research? So that's why the excellence really matters a lot, and it matters particularly also for supporting, because with the excellence, as we already mentioned, in order to push the frontier, there is way more risk that you need to take, and there is clearly, with if there is too much risk aversion, a risk that particularly that frontier pushing would actually be biased against, and that researchers would spend too much on incremental improvements and avoiding the high risk that pushes the frontier. And that's why I think so excellence definitely needs, it's important, but it also definitely needs extra support here to avoid that that kind of risk-taking is actually not being taken by the researchers. But that, of course, requires that the funder is willing to take that risk here more than that in order to incentivize the researchers to go into that area here. And that's something that I think we need to be evaluating way more carefully. And that's why I emphasized it's not just only excellence and high gain here, but that you also need to make sure that you certainly in the initial phases of when the research takes place, you're willing to take also enough high risk that is typically associated with getting that frontier shifting here. So for me, excellence is always also taking into account the right level of risk that you need in order to get that kind of excellent shifting here rather than the incremental ones. And that has to be able to measure, but it's very difficult because how do you measure risk taking, particularly ex ante here? So that's very difficult to do. We typically use easy indicators, bibliometric indicators. That's easy for the high gain part. It's way more difficult for the risk one. I've suggested a number of them that we would like the novelty one. But I think any case, any quantitative indicator will be imperfect, and that's why in the end the qualitative evaluation of the proposals and how much risk is there in the proposals has to be done by experts and the qualitative analysis of that. But these experts should then be also able to evaluate the riskiness here and also contingency plans for how to deal with risk. But that also means that they also have to be sufficiently willing to take the risk here. And
which may, of course, lead to failure also. So it can be very difficult to identify. But you have other criteria which are particularly important for centers of excellences.
So for centers of excellence, I already think that the level of risk that can be taken is much higher than at the individual level, because within the center, you can diversify the risk away here. And that's why I think there should be, there should be a better plan at the level of the centers, how they would mitigate the projects risks for each of the individual projects that they're undertaking, and look really at the complementarity between the projects that are done within the center here, and how that complementarity actually allows for dealing with the risk. And also what I think can be done way better at the center level is also, like you say, so there is failure, but what is failure? If you learn from failure, that will be really also helpful for the next steps of success here. But that requires a lot of spillovers of knowledge from failed projects that others can actually also use here. So the interconnection between the different projects that are combined within the center, the synergies between these projects is a mechanism to see to which extent there is a good strategy for taking risk, but having also a risk contingency plan here. So I would therefore, I think that's also why centers make a lot of sense to have in combination with individual projects here, because at the center level you can take way more risk here, but you can also evaluate that in the proposal in terms of, is there enough risk contingency plans by combining all the different projects.
The monitoring, we will come back to that later, but I would like to ask you now, Hans Alderson, could you say something about what the centers have meant for the university, for Umeå University then in your case?
Well, I think they have meant a great deal to the university. Of course, I wasn't there when the centers were started way back in the 2008, 6 to 8. However, I have seen the impact they've made, and whenever we talk about what kind of research we do at the university, we usually highlight these different areas where we have had centers within. So it's both the Linnaeus Center, the UCMR, which was mentioned earlier today, is certainly one of the areas where we have seen that we made a significant impact, and also within our forestry research that we do together with the Swedish Agriculture University in the Berzelii program. It's another area where we certainly see a big impact. So it has meant a lot to the university.
Yeah. Which is not, it's certainly meant a lot to all universities, evident, which is evident from the report, but not for the strategic planning, but it meant for the priorities in UMU, you mean?
Oh yeah, well, I mean, and also, I mean, the already from the start, the board of the university allocated funding to co-finance the projects, and so they were part of that already from the start.
I would like to ask a little bit more about the co-funding, because all universities are not so fond of that. First of all, of course, it's a way to show the commitment of the universities. At the same time, it limits the freedom of the universities if you are bound to co-finance many centers. So can you mention something about how you see on this?
Well, if you look upon, I mean, we do get a certain amount of block funding, which is going to take care of quite a lot of different things at the university. We need, of course, to take care of salaries for researchers and teachers on that block funding, and also the research infrastructure, which is becoming more and more expensive and more, I would say, a bigger burden on the universities. And at the same time, whenever we go into also co-financing external funding in that sense, it sort of blocks us from doing other kinds of strategic action at the university. And that's why a number of universities these days, especially into the new research bill, put forward that we would like to increase the level of block funding. Because it's definitely, I mean, the balance that we have in Sweden with about, I think it's like around 45 to 55% ratio in between block funding and external funding, if you do it on the average. It doesn't necessarily, I mean, we don't have enough resources for all the things that we want like to do.
Yeah. Yeah. I actually liked your comment on this, Professor Mlunik. And everybody in the panel did not agree with what you thought here. So I would like to continue with you, Peter Aronsson. You are the Vice Chancellor of a newer university, and only one Vinnova Center was given to one of the new universities, to Karlstad University. So what are your comments about this, and how would you like to structure this kind of centers, for example, in order to get a better chance? And how would this suit your university?
Well, bearing the proud name of Linnaeus University would make me enthusiastic to the excellence centers. Now we are, with Mats Benner's terminology, a rather unkissed beauty from these instruments. I think they are important. I think there is a constant need for this type of tools to gather together the fruits of disciplinary specialization. It goes on with the excellence and goes deeper and become ever more specialized, and you need to bring them together again. And that is happening on all levels in the system, in the faculties, at the universities, and in the national and in the European arena. And that needs to be done. And the trick is, of course, how should it be done? With what kind of dynamics? And how do we need to safeguard the production of excellence, which is disciplinary at the university? And that is exactly what Hans mentioned. There need to be a fair balance to be able to take that kind of responsibility and to act upon these calls. Now, we are, as I said, not apart now, and I don't have a problem with that if that is the best for the knowledge production. But I can't tell that from the investigation now, because we are just evaluating those who have gained money, and we are not evaluating if we have missed some of the talents that we have in the new universities, which are sort of outside this system. We were just discussing here the SFOs. They differ a little bit because they do collect people from other universities, and they are not so close to the host university. So I think that would be a simple way really to address that issue, that it is in the requirement for a good application to show that you have really looked around the country, and globally of course, but starting at home, treating the university system, its state-funded university system, as a whole system, and show that you have really made an effort to find the best people in your country for that, and you have mapped them, and you are ready to collect an excellence center. That, I think, would have enormous positive effects for the country as a whole. So if we would do that and provide us with a sort of basic capacity to to act as a university to take long-term responsibility, I would be very positive to do this. I think, again, it would be important to make a sort of systemic evaluation and not only from, and then we have more examples really of actors in the system. We have the SFOs, we have the KK Foundation, there are several sort of actors, and to know what they are specifically or Forte should do need to be done within that context. You were talking of two very different goals for the Excellence Center. One was the winner takes it all. You really need to have a breakthrough for something new. And that I would say, maybe you always need to do that at least on a European level. The other one was to solve complex issues on sustainability, on cohesion, etc. And these need to be close to a complex application. And that might also be done in region. And now large parts of Sweden are a little bit left outside. It's only around the metropolis. And we are doing a great job to contribute to solving issues on sustainability out in the country, which is not connected up to the national system as it should be.
But do you think the criteria should have been different then in the calls?
Well, I'm an historian, but I wouldn't back to change history. Now we have the future. You know, it's an opportunity to change it now.
Yeah, we talk about the next one. Okay, you were very young when this started, of course.
No, I wasn't.
But I mean your university, not you personally. So continue with Tobias Krantz. Of course, transfer of knowledge from universities to society in general, to industry, is of course very important. So for industry's competitiveness, of course. So how do you see these excellent centers? What have they meant anything to society, to industry in Sweden?
Yes, I think they have, and just want to to start with another perspective of this discussion here. That I often think that when we come to these kinds of discussions, they is often portrayed as a fight between excellence and strategy, and you can say basic research and applied research. We always get into that after, maybe directly or maybe after 30 minutes of a debate or something like that. And I think that is a wrong debate. I think that all research should be top quality. We should strive always for to have top quality, and it's not really that interesting exactly where that top research is geographically organized. So I think we should start with that. Say that we in Sweden should have top quality, whatever kind of research we want, or that we try to have in our universities or elsewhere. But I think that well, both in my present position and also in my previous roles, I think that you could say that we've had a development. Well, these programs that we discuss now, but also the SFOs and others, that we can see that we have had more of concentration, more of excellence thinking the last 10, 15, 20 years. And I think that it has been, and you can see that internationally, and I think well, we have had a political discussion about it, but quite many has moved in this direction. And I think it's been good for society, and also think it's been good for the industry. The question here is, should we have more of this in the future? And my answer to that is yes, we should have more on that, but not only when it comes to centers, but also, for example, maybe more excellence thinking when it comes to individuals. When I look, well, if I'm going to be a little bit self-critical now from my time as a politician, I think when we introduced two bills in 2008 and 2012. I wasn't present at the 2012 bill, but the 2008 bill, I was responsible for implementing the bill anyway. And I could say that if looking back there, I think that the focus on that bill was too little on excellence, too little on really focusing the money to the best individuals.
So if something went wrong, then it's your fault.
Because to be honest, if you compare Swedish figures with other countries' figures, we have quite many researchers in Sweden compared to our population. And do we have the results that match this? Well, the jury's out there, but I'm not certain that we are there. So I think that if you look at this from a political reform perspective, And there are some politicians maybe here well, they have spies here, I've heard before. So if the spies listen carefully now, I think they should really try to grasp on this, that well, okay, of course, more money into research, but also think of how those money are distributed, not only among universities, but also among individuals.
Yeah, but if we look then for the benefit of industry, we have different types of centers, the Vinnova centers and the Linnaeus centers, also the strategic commitments of the present government. So what do you think benefits most for industry?
Well, I think if we have top research in Sweden, that benefits all industry.
So that's what's most important.
Yes, of course, the quality of overall of Swedish research must be high and must be higher than today. And we can see that I think you mentioned you showed us the figures here before, and you could see that, well, Sweden is quite well doing in many respects, but the distance from Sweden to other countries has diminished, and others are picking up. And you can see also from the industry point of view that the level of investment of companies in Swedish research and development has diminished as a share of GDP the last 10 years, 1 percentage point. 1 percentage point, that is quite, you can say that is not so much, but that is 50, 60 billion Swedish kronor every year. So that is very, very, that's a huge amount of money. So we have to pick up here, and that has to do with both the public research and also of course, the private research.
Yeah, your Danish sister organization, we'll come back to Denmark in a while here, they want to double the funding for basic research in Denmark, or rather for the Danish National Research Council, because they see that benefits industry in the long term, in particular because they have this long-term funding of excellence centers, which are also 10 years. So it seems to be also very beneficial for industry in the long term. They can see that they are overrepresented when it comes to, first of all, patent, but also startup companies.
I agree. I think I agree with that as I said before, we shouldn't have this fight between basic research and applied research, if you use that terminology, because I think it's a wrong debate. Because all research, even you can say that, okay, research can come out from curiosity of a researcher or a research institution, but it also can come out from a specific need from a company or from a other societal innovation, societal institution. But whatever the reason for starting this research is, we should the outcome should be top quality. We could not satisfy with less. Okay. So I think that is where we should start. We often start with this fight, basic research, applied research. But at the end of the day, we want to have top research. And of course, I don't think even the most ideological basic research person would say that it's bad if my research comes to use.
Certainly not.
No.
I hope so, Peter.
I think that's what troubles me most, actually, now, that we have too little of debate, public debate. We have some debate within the sector, how to best use the sort of money that we already have. But I would like to see the debate and energy about how much more we need to invest in the knowledge sector. And we don't have that at all. So I would like these figures that you showed on the rise of China and others to put some scare into society, so that they would shout not only for more police and military, but also for more research to make sort of a good development of the country possible. And when we don't have that, it will only be sort of a small irritated debate on should it be more of that or more of that or more of that. We would need a substantial rise, and not only to research, it's also about education. It has been sort of cutting year by year by year, so that we are now having to produce engineers for half the price 20 years ago. And this is the way that research finds its way out in society in its most prominent way. It's through education. We have talked a little bit about that. And it's not only about young people, it's lifelong learning. They need to be in contact to make this transition into a new economy with the sort of current staff that we have in the whole economy. So it's a huge question, and I don't find any energy in any political party, and that's scaring me.
But let's come back to the centers of excellence. It's true that education is good, and that should go together. But I would anyway like to suggest that now we propose that we will have a new round of excellence centers. So what would we change from the previous ones? So the selection procedure, for example, would it be different? We are going to answer the question in the end here, if we should have any new, because that's the task we have with this debate here. But let's assume that we are going to have new centers. Hans?
Well, one thing to start with has already been mentioned here, and that is the strategic research areas. I mean, when they were coming in to business, it was open for collaborations in between universities. It was actually used to have the best scientists from any university to collaborate and to work on specific problems. And I think that could be one step ahead, to really make use of the experts that we have. Already, as you mentioned, Peter, that we need to make use of the best experts that we have, regardless of where they are. And of course, it will be difficult to form a good research environment locally, but it will certainly help if we can really sort of bring the best people together. And again, I mean, quality and excellence will be the criteria to evaluate on anyhow. So.
Tobias, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, well, you asked the question about what should we change now if we're going to have this,
for the selection procedure, first of all,
and what criteria, and I think that of course one obvious answer from my part is that we should have more of collaboration with industry when we set up these new excellence programs. Don't forget that most researchers in Sweden don't work at universities or research institutions, they work in industry. So that is a potential that I think we don't use enough. And some of them are really, really excellent and really, really high quality. And some of these, specifically some of those, we can all name them, the most important Swedish companies. They are, in fact, quite a lot of research institutions with very long time perspectives. They are taking risks. You mentioned risk taking, that's an important aspect, but that is what successful companies do. They take risks. So that is inherent in their blood, so to speak. So I think that cooperation with business and collaboration with industry would also strengthen these programs. I think also one thing that I recall when I read the reports, I took part of the reports. I wasn't able to be here this morning to hear the presentations, unfortunately, but I read the reports. And I think one interesting aspect of these programs has been that, of course, they have stimulated good research and good, sometimes breakthrough research, but also they have had this very interesting indirect effects on academic leadership, on collaboration, on priorities, and so on. I think that is very, very interesting because I think that if we're going to lift Swedish research at a whole, of course, these things are extremely, extremely important because I think that we should be discussed more. And lastly, but not least, I agree with Peter that we should have this energized debate about, and we have said it in the Confederation of Swedish Enterprise when we put in our proposal for the research bill that is coming this autumn, hopefully. We said that in 10 years we have to move up 1 percentage point when it comes to investments in research and development in Sweden, and 35% of that increase should come from private business. So that is a huge effort that we have to make. This is 50, 60, 70 billion Swedish kronor every year that we have to invest more, and most has to come from business. So that means that we really have to take this overall approach, both in public and private sectors.
Yeah. So on this question, should you change the selection criteria for this program? I think it's really important that it should all be very consistent with what the specific mission is of this instrument. What is this instrument actually trying to address? What is the weakness in the system that you have already existing that this particular instrument is trying to address? And from that should follow what are the selection criteria that we're going to use here. As far as I understood, what's really a very strength of this instrument is the fact that it's big amounts of money for a longer time period that really allows to take more risk from cross-cutting different disciplines to address bigger challenges here. And so that should then also be a very important driver, the extent to which you can actually, with this program, address these. That should also be that will reflect in also more interest from industry, but for that particular risk-taking, that's not to say that industry also cares about access to incremental research and the applications to that, but whether that should also be fitted in this instrument, I don't know. Then you have to have other instruments that would complement. So I think it's really very important to see how this instrument fits within the other instruments of funding here and where it's complementary, and from that should follow its unique characteristics that should then be translated into selection. But I also do think that evaluation is important in the extent to which whatever selection criteria you've put out, that is actually also ex post. If you see the selection is really addressed, and that means by looking at who is not selected. As well.
And you certainly need instruments which are complementary also, so not just one type of them. But we have agreed here, I think. You have said that some factors which are important. One is internationalization, one is interdisciplinarity. So are they favored by this type of excellence centers? What is your experience from this, Hans?
Well, the recruitment to Umeå University in the centers that we have had has really been very successful. And I mean, if we look upon especially the international recruitment has been very, very successful. So we have quite a number of international co-workers now that wouldn't have come to the university unless we had that instrument, for sure.
Okay.
So that has certainly meant a lot to us.
And interdisciplinarity.
So can I ask, why would this instrument be making it more easy to attract internet
compared
to others?
Money, of course. I mean, you have the possibility to recruit people if you get a long-term financing for a specific project. And I mean, the long-term perspective is certainly very, very important in that sense.
Could I also add? First, I think that this kind of action that we are taking now, and you have taken initiative to make sort of an historical evaluation within a group of excellence, I think that's very good and it's helpful. It could be expanded to, as I said, to more, to understand exactly what this instrument should do within the ecosystem that we are working nationally and within Europe. And I think that needs to be done, because some things should rather be done on the ERC level or the European level, I think. But it's very good to have that overview. Keeping the long time perspective, I think, is crucial. I would say that for most of this, not too much money is good, because then you need commitment from the universities, and it doesn't become a satellite coming down as its own sort of pseudo-university. I think, as I said before, and you underlined, Hans, that really looking for all the best researchers and to bring them in would be preferred. So that would be a criteria for a good suggestion. I think also, and that I think we might disagree, that I think that there is a need for, I mean, the idea of excellence and quality is a moving target, a moving concept. And I think it has a kernel in the sort of peer-reviewed and disciplinary idea. But as we could see in the evaluation, it moved towards relevance and application. And there are other skills that are needed to take this kind of specialized knowledge, bring them together, see new synergies, new openings in that. And that is not recognized as excellence usually, because it's another kind of meta-disciplinary skill. But I think it's more than necessary to be able to move from this disciplinary, in-depth excellence to the application of complex problems. So that needs to be, small by small, be appreciated to take your part in that ecosystem where you move from sort of intradisciplinary excellence to the sort of societal need to meet the agenda issues. It's very big, but necessary.
Do you have a comment to this,
but
Rendil?
that's exactly what we also had identified as a problem in the ERC, is the fact that these panels that evaluate, if they are too disciplinary, they will be too narrow. And you need really that broad perspective in your evaluation panel in order to be able to assess the synergies. But that's a big challenge to find enough of these people. Yeah.
Yes, please.
Well, just to add one more thing, if we look into the criteria here, and something that was part of the already existing criteria as well, and that, which I think has been fundamental to the success, is the freedom to the researchers to really take a different path if it's necessary to do that throughout the program. And I mean, the discovery that was already mentioned by Emmanuel Charpentier on the CRISPR-Cas9 system would never have been able to be done unless there was a freedom to the individual researchers within the program also to look into side tracks along the given path. So that's a very important thing for allowing creativity within research in general, I must say. And that needs to be part of such an instrument.
So that you can go
exactly,
inside.
exactly.
And that has evidently been a very important criteria in the Linnaeus centers, at least. I would like also you to comment on another aspect here, and that is young researchers within centers. There can be a very good environment to grow and to have good results in the center. We know that several young scientists have succeeded very well, but it can also be difficult to become independent in a center. What experiences do you have of this? I have seen in different centers. In some centers, they have been able to grow. In some centers, they have just been under the head of the center.
Yeah, I think it's very important that the research environment remains open for new players rather than just only supporting the incumbents. And that's why there should be room for new people to come up with new ideas here. And I think it should be part of the criteria of the center is that itself it's sufficiently open for turbulence and create room for new ideas here. And so empowering young researchers in your center of excellence should be one of the objectives.
Being able to publish independently also.
But sometimes they also do need a bit of sheltered environment initially in order to grow here, because for young people, immediately applying for such centers would be probably also a misser. So in that respect, they need a bit of experience, but not enough so that they can still always go on their own. And that should be part of the criteria of the center to allow for that own internal turbulence, which is also good for the center itself, I think.
Tobias also wanted to comment on this.
Yes, I think it's a very good question, of course. And now this conference is mostly about the Centers of Excellence, but of course Centers of Excellence is not the only financing method we have in the university system, and so of course and well, from my point of view, Centers of Excellence could contribute to the overall system in certain aspects, but not necessarily in all aspects, and so of course we have to have, for example, all the research councils we have play an important role in giving not only young but also senior researchers the possibility to break out of existing centers or break out of existing frameworks, so to speak, so that they can try innovative research. So I think we have to see that this is an ideal system is, of course, contain a lot of different financing methods. When I was a research minister, I went to the United States, and as many research ministers do, and of course you can see that there are a lot of different financing methods. You have these basic research block grants, huge amount of money, and you have these extremely competitive financing methods and all in between. And of course that is one of the aspects that has made the United States so great when it comes to research. So sometimes I think that we should be a little bit more experimental about how different financing methods also in Sweden, although of course we cannot compare since their size and so it's so different. But I think we should be more experimental there.
But in quality we should be able to compare.
And for example, when I come back from the United States, we had this research committee that I formed, and we put forward a report in 2010. And one of the proposals there was really to form a national program for talented young researchers. And of course, that has been done in different respects since then. But I think that you could take that once more. So that is also a tip for the people from the Minister of Education who has spies here.
The Wallenberg Foundation has done that here in
Yes,
Sweden also.
exactly.
But just to comment on that, I mean, in the US system, if you come in as a young researcher, getting your first position at the university as an assistant professor, you're also provided by quite a lot of resources from the university,
Yes.
which is based on the block funding that the universities has. And I mean, we have a situation where we really can't do that all over the whole university in Sweden. And I mean, with increased block funding, that would be a possible way of also funding young researchers. But I think coming back to your question, Christina, is really I mean, if we are serious about creating strong research environments, that is also one part of it, being inclusive, also to let young researchers to develop within that research environment. And I mean, that has to be inclusive in that sense. And I think we go more and more towards that. We have a more, I would say, trustworthy situation now, that we trust young researchers, that we trust people. I mean, I used to be a PhD student in your group, and you put lots of trust in me once, and that has helped me tremendously during my career, actually, to get that head start, to be able to develop on my own as well. So.
But yeah.
So, can I just comment, because we've raised this issue of co-funding by the universities or commitment by the universities. I think it's really very important, because that really is the fundamental block for the long-term perspective of many of these centers. But so I'm a bit worried if it's just block funding that we need to give to the university, because the universities also would have to have the right incentives to go for the risk-taking, high gain, high risk type of research. So part of their part of their incentive should come from how they get actually this type of block funding, so that they know why they should invest in continuing in these, because they will have more funding coming later there too to support that kind of high risk. So it's how you design that block funding is also very important to make sure you give the right incentives to the institutions to get that long-term.
And in this respect, I think that exchange between universities, between the centers, and monitoring might also be very important. And I will then try to turn a little bit to Denmark, because as we saw here from your slides also, Denmark is doing better when it's measured by the 1% higher cited publications. And I think that this depends on there are several reasons for it, but one reason is the long-term investment in excellence centers from the Danish National Research Councils that started in 1991, and there have been calls for every 2.5 years. So there have been a variety of calls, and there are about 30 centers running all the time in Denmark, and they have better funding than the Swedish centers. And they have the same, keywords: trust, freedom, flexibility, long-term good funding. But they also have some others. So that is contact between the different centers. They have retreats for center leaders every year. There are annual meetings where the center leaders and the board and some other people meet. There is also the board visits each center, of members of the board each year, and discuss a specific topic. And that is then collected in a report in the end of the year, and if relevant, provided to the policymakers, politicians in Denmark. That can be, for example, the postdoc challenge, infrastructure, etc. And there's a frequent contact here, both between the different centers and between the board and the centers. And I think that has been part of the success here. I would like to quote Gunnar Ökvist, and he said like this once, or he wrote it: I think that Sweden, Norway and Finland are more tolerant of mediocre research than in Denmark, who evaluated Nordic research. So how could we improve here? We could make the centers in a different way, but we could certainly improve in other ways also.
I think Jürgen would not agree with,
you have some, but no,
heavy-handed interference in the ex post management of these centers here. I think it's really very important that you select the right ones and then give them the degrees of freedom to operate and evaluate them without too much interference in terms of how they manage here. So I'm also convinced that having regular meetings with them and but connecting them, that would definitely be quite important.
But the meeting are just to support, not to control, just to ask if they need help and support.
Okay, so if you find the right balance there.
Yes, and it's very much appreciated by the centers.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I think Denmark is a very interesting example for
Yes.
many reasons. And of course, well, you mentioned one aspect of the reforms. But if you looked at Denmark, they have made reforms within the university system for 20, 25 years. And I think one of the success stories is that they started really with an analytical work saying that Denmark is a part of a ever-changing global landscape. We're a small country. We have to do something about it. We have to come together politically and the different organizations, universities, and all. And they started. Well, in Sweden we got this globaliseringskommissionen, the globalization commission. But we were inspired by that, but they did it better. So you can say that they have made a lot of reforms, both when it comes to research and to higher education for 20 years. And almost all the reforms, there have been unanimity between the political parties. So that has been a stability within the system. You may don't like all the reforms, but there have been unanimity and a stable environment for both research and higher education. But there are many different reforms that I think have contributed to the development here. Not only what you mentioned, but also there have been leadership reforms at universities, in the concentration of research funding. You have more evaluation and result-oriented, both when it comes to research and especially when it comes to higher education. So there have been a lot of reforms that I think has made this Danish success. So I think we can learn from Denmark, but in different respects.
Yeah.
So can I ask, because Denmark is so close to Sweden, that you must feel the competition if Denmark would actually do so very well. So is it indeed then also attracting your top Swedish researchers to Denmark? Is that what you feel? Because that would be an ultimate proof of this system is better if the researchers follow the flow.
Yeah, I think we can feel a competition, and I also think, well, you can give the example of the pharmaceutical industry, for example. I think you can see where the success mainly today is, and of course we feel a competition with Denmark there. They're very good at that kind of research and that kind of industry. So of course we feel that. Well, that's one example, of course, but that is one example that I think a lot of think about.
And they have a better krona. It's much stronger, you know. So but I think also it was an interesting observation we had from our Norwegian colleague also to observe that egalitarian culture, which is a distinct difference to Denmark, which is they have a more clear-cut idea of leadership and responsibility where you can go in. And coming to Sweden, it's a completely different setup and Norway. So it's something to work with, and I think it needs to be worked with. So it's about taking responsibility and having the means to do that, both for university leaders and for PIs in these larger projects. But it's a slow process. But you can work also with incitament and making calls and directing sort of the criteria is helping to do that kind of selection.
You have mentioned several factors then that can explain why Denmark has proceeded better than Sweden, but there is one other also. They decreased the number of research institutions. Do we have too many in Sweden? Difficult question, but what do you say?
I think Sweden has a potential. I think we have a high-performing system with not a huge gap. I mean, if you look on an individual level on publication, for example, you find a similar span with Stockholm or my own institution or Kristianstad. It's only that we have much fewer researchers, much fewer crowns, but we do similar publication. Similar publication per crown. So it's not too many in that sense, but I think that we have a good collaborative arena in Sweden. We have similar funding for most of them. Most of them are state bodies. We would have the possibility, I think, to collaborate much more than we are doing because we are now separated as sort of governmental bodies, and that gives, I must answer only for my own institution, you know, and only to make for a civil engineer or for a project, it makes it very complicated. So I think the issue that comes up every 10 years about the legal status of the Swedish university hasn't been dealt with yet, and I think it puts a boundary on how good we are in collaborating and reshaping the landscape.
But I think that depends again on how you incentivize universities. And so again, how you design their funding. If you build in that funding mechanism also any positive effects they would get from connecting with other institutions and playing it.
Absolutely.
Then you build in the
Absolutely.
system these incentives.
But that needs an active management from the spies.
We don't have the time to solve that problem now, but I think it's an interesting thought if we should merge some universities, if we would do better then. You want to comment?
Yes, I must comment on that. And you can't just separate that out in looking only at research. You have to take in the whole picture of what higher educational institutions are doing, and that is also what you were mentioning earlier, the educational part. And I mean, if we're serious about what we're saying, that research and education should go hand in hand, then I mean, we can't really do that separation. But I agree with the fact that we should collaborate more, and maybe we should have less institutions with a strong focus on research, but have much better collaborations in that sense, in order to establish that quality also in the educational side, which is important.
Yeah, now we are approaching the very big questions here, but I think that we need to give the chance for the audience also, if there are some questions.
Otherwise, I couldn't make a comment.
Okay. While somebody raises the hand.
You asked a question, and it's very difficult not to answer it. So,
okay.
I think where we have too little focus in the Swedish system. But the problem is how do we deal with that? And often there is it's every 5 or 10 years there is a discussion about how many universities we should be having. So, and I think often that is the wrong question. I think we should discuss what kind of quality do we want to have in the system, and what kind of output do we want from the system. And I think also that the state should not discuss these how questions so much, but more discuss and answer what kind of output do we want from the system, and make the incentives, the right incentives for academic quality, incentives for innovation, and let the institutions in the system work within these boundaries, and a little bit, let's see how it works. So I think if you have that kind of system, we will have more concentration of money, but we will also have more specialized institutions. It might be the old universities, but it might also be new universities that perform very well. So I think we should have a more open, if I use such a market-oriented system, when we have incentives from the states.
But we need to know how to favor the excellence. Yeah. Are there any questions from the audience? I don't see any. So then I'll go on to ask you here.
So can I reply to what you were saying? So I fully agree. So we should make sure that you get the right incentives, what's in function of what you actually want. But those incentives should also be carefully enough designed so that the individual institutions are not only accountable for what they do, but also their contribution to the system as well here.
I agree.
Otherwise, you don't incentivize them to collaborate. Yes. And it's not identifying exactly institution X should merge with institution B. It's where are the incentives, and that's what they should figure out from what actually.
Yes, and then combined with the freedom that Peter talks about, they would figure out that themselves, other than the state saying that this university should merge with that one. Better that the universities find out that themselves.
Yes, where are the complementarities and what are the most natural partners that matter for the objectives that they need to do.
But we need to give some guidelines to the Swedish Research Council. So what changes would you make if we would have a new call?
For this one.
I think we did answer that, didn't we?
Yes.
Well, we can repeat.
Did you make notes?
No, not. But you can have more specific changes that we wanted to have.
For me, the most important thing is to mobilize the competencies in the whole university system, so that it would be open to and it would be incentivized to take contacts wherever they are, not only to mobilize the best you can at your university. So the whole system should be utilized. That's the most important thing to me.
Hans?
And also to find a balance in between different financing instruments. I think that's a very key also to success, that to see, as you say, to the whole funding landscape, in fact, and see how can we best put our resources in order for the best possible outcome as well. But again, with excellence and quality, of course, at the very highest level.
Yeah. We have limited resources for research, of course, and we could have long-term funding. We could have individual funding for 10 years, and we could also have the centers. So how to balance between these? We don't have enough for any instrument.
I mean, that's what I've been thinking about here. We get some knowledge input here to make these kind of decisions, but it's not a complete map. So really to make an informed decision on answering that, you would need to have some figures, like you were trying to do it for the ERC, and we would need to do that to make the proposition this autumn be well informed. We need to take care of all, the whole system and not only one part of it, because you can never answer if this should be closed or doubled. If you don't place it in that
and
context.
probably plurality of different types of instruments.
And we're scientists, so we used to base all our decisions on data.
Yeah,
and I mean, we need data. So.
Oh, yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
And also, so the instruments is not only the Swedish instruments, but also the yeah.
Well, if I answer the question, I think, of course, I mentioned the collaboration with industry. I think there should be an important aspect. I think you should use the potential that are in some of the fine Swedish companies that really have good researchers and research facilities and research institutions, and they often are at the forefront of what the international development also is. They have a good connection both with universities in other countries and research institutions in other countries, but also, of course, with the global markets. I think that should be also important in this. And then also, I also think that, well, we should not forget about the effect that, well, reading these reports, you can see that the effects that these centers have had when it comes to things like leadership and synergies and how they have affected the system. And that could be done even better, of course, in the future. So maybe that should be even more focused. But because I think if we're going to change the system to be more effective and have better results, I think that is extremely important.
But I think that we can convey the message that the freedom, the trust that we have seen in these centers is something that should continue for the next months also. But then it's said in the program that at the end of the day, we hope to have worked out whether Sweden should have a new program for establishing centers of excellence. I think it's your duty then to say if we should have them or not. Hans?
You have already mentioned so often, what's important is really this long-term perspective. Otherwise, it will have no effect on changing the landscape here. So that's the long-term of the funding itself, but also the likelihood that these instruments will continue in the future. If it's just a one-time program, then why would universities be redesigning their strategies if this is just like any other program that can be cancelled? So this long-term perspective is very important to have any long-term impact on changing behavior, which is what you exactly want to do.
With the remarks and addition that we have made, yes, continue. Otherwise, no. That's
okay. But we could also, of course, have the Danish system that we have calls for, say, every second or third year. So we have a continuous system with new centers, which has worked out very well there.
Well, you also have to take into account that if you do it regularly within the same budget, do you have enough applications to compete with each other? Because you also need a critical scale in order to be picking the right ones too. So finding that right balance.
Another characteristic of the Danish system is also that the universities do not make any selection. So all groups can apply for funding. And the universities just said what you mentioned here, what they offer. And in the future, they are not going to there's no compulsory co-financing from the university, but they tell what they will offer. So everybody can apply. It's not selected by the university. So here it does not be completely bottom up, because the universities have also have a top-down procedure here.
Yeah, but my advice would also be to look again at this block financing and what kind of incentives come from that financing. It's very important here to drive the institutions in the right direction.
Yeah. Hans, you said no to this question if we should have more centers before. Have you changed your mind?
We talked yesterday about what we were going to talk about today, and I said that, I was very skeptical to if we should do another round, but after listening today, I think we could possibly do this, because I mean it has meant a success on the overall. But again, it has to be put into context. It has to be put into the whole system and look upon what kind of instruments do we need. And I think the long-term perspective that is a key in program or the programs that we have here in the Centers of Excellence is certainly something which has been a success to the system.
Yeah, that's clear from the evaluation.
Find instruments that are also allowing for the long-term perspectives.
Yeah. So now we have been discussing for 1 hour, so our time is out. So thank you very much for your contributions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And please stay on stage. We will have a small gift that we would like to give to you. And thank you so much for your very interesting discussions. It gives food for thought on how to support and finance excellent research, whatever form we do it. So thank you so much. And to summarize this day, we welcome the organizers for this conference back on stage. Please welcome. Yes, yes, please pick a microphone. Should you give it to? So, what an interesting day. How to conclude this? Well, I give that to you. And specifically on the question, what have you learned during this day and what is your take-home message? Can you please start there, Göran?
Yeah, okay. I think it has been a very good day. I think what I have learned is I didn't doubt that, though, that I think these instruments are quite important. And I think they are a key mechanism which is constantly evolving, which I think is an important thing. Another thing is that reflexivity, that is evaluation, is very important. And I think the fact that we have this day, when we have seen things, I think some of us, including myself, have not yet heard before about the other mechanisms. And also, I think maybe some of those evaluating the different schemes didn't know too much about the other schemes. So now we know much more about these, which I think is an important thing. And I think it's also very important for the different centers that continuously having that reflexivity built in. And there can be said much about that. And then I agree very much with what I think was Peter Aronsson who said, okay, now we see these instruments, they seem to be quite important in themselves. But on the whole, I think we still have a systemic evaluation to be done. And there are many mechanisms in there that I am curious of, and that is how is the strategic sort of management, strategic leadership happening? Is it? I think it is. Who is running it? I'm not sure, but I had a very interesting talk over lunch that it seems that there are resources and individuals capable of tying together these strategic research areas with these different kinds of centers to a greater whole, sort of a strategic, which I don't think comes by itself. I don't think it's structured everywhere, but I think it's a very important thing. But you cannot see that if you don't investigate it, which I don't think we have done so much. I think there are issues after this. How do you get to strategic mobilization? That the strategic research areas could be one thing, or, you know, the strategic research in combination with this. Because we have those societal challenges which I think are nudging us too little, and then you need to really mobilize if we're going to face them seriously. It's not only observing them. So I think we need to do things there which require leadership on quite another level than these centers alone. So systemic evaluation, yes, putting these into another layer of context. But this is, I think they are important, and we have learned that. I think we're now on a collective basis, which is higher than it was before we started today.
Very good, thank you. So you can continue there, Erik.
Yes, and from Formas, we have been involved in contributed to some of the centers in the Linnaeus grants, and we are very happy with the evaluation. We believe that the results are important, and that we can see that so many have continued even after the finance has stopped. And I would say that the result from the evaluation and most of the discussions here is that show the importance of the long-term perspective. And it's important to give the researchers the opportunity to build up this exciting and important research and collaborations as well. And as we have heard from the evaluation committee as well, it is difficult to actually establish this kind of research and collaboration without this long-term vision. And it is also important to bear in mind it's actually the governments and also our authorities. It's our role to have a long-term vision and to take some risk as well. And excellence it is crucial to have excellent research to establish and maintain a high quality. But we should also bear in mind that we have invested quite a lot of money the past decade in research. And we saw today that there are numbers that are indicating, saying that we are not top class, world class in all areas. So we really need to carefully analyze which kind of strategy or which kind of funding streams that are the most efficient one. And that discussion, I think, will go on. And another aspect, I'm glad that Göran brought that up as well. I believe we still have this discussion here about excellence and excellent research, and which is very much separated from the relevance that it should deliver to the society. It's like two different pillars, which I believe is a problem instead of an integrated approach. We have huge challenges in front of us. We are far from reaching the Sustainable Development Goals. We have the Paris Agreement that we really need to speed up to reach that goal as well. And other large challenges as well. And we must not forget that much of our competitiveness builds on our reliable, excellent research and innovation. And so my main take-home message would be that we need to be even better in explaining why research and excellent research is needed, and its role in solving our great challenges, and how these two aspects actually relate to each other.
All right, lessons learned and take-home messages. I think one important lesson learned today is that it pays off to be systematic in looking on the effects of our different ways of funding research, so how our instrument works. So the meta lesson of today is that this was a good thing to do, these evaluations. But of course, one take-home message and one lesson of today is that these centers of excellence seem to have worked pretty well, as far as we can tell from today. And there are very clear similarities, I think, between the evaluations that are reassuring. Still, we need to dig deeper. There are a lot of things that we need to look into more details, and there have been arguments here on the stage saying that we should perhaps compare with other groups. I mean, if you pick the best researchers, there is no surprise that they continue to be very good. So what if we compared to other researchers that didn't get these centers, and what are sort of the added value? But I also think a take-home message for me personally, since we're going to lead a new review of 3 centers of excellence, is how do we best carry out evaluations of this kind? What is the best way of doing it? Is it the best way to do final evaluation, or should we be more having a dialogue along the way? How do we best set up this dialogue then? Perhaps we should look more on organization, leadership, internal structures and the structures to the surrounding university than on the output in terms of papers, if that is an important outcome of these centers. And indeed, if it was possible to look at contrafactuals, that would be very interesting. And of course, the final issue is the way forward. Should we put large amounts of our research funding into centers of excellence? And I think Well, that is not a yes or no answer, I think. I think one of the key messages that several speakers today has brought up is the long-term promise that this centers of excellence have given. You get quite a substantial amount of time, 10 years. That could be applied in other forms of funding, of course. That could be applied within the 10-year programs. That could be applied in smaller program grants on an individual level if long-term grants is actually the key. So I think there are not necessarily yes or no on this. It's also important to know that the Forte centers typically were less money than the Linnaeus centers. So the level of funding isn't fixed either. So there are more lessons to be gained from these experiences. So there are a number of things to take home, I think, from today.
Okay, thank you. So if nothing really bad happens during the last 3 or 4 minutes, I say I will leave this room with a smile on my face. I'm happy. I'm happy with the way the conference worked out. I'm also very happy with the way where and I'm speaking now on behalf of the Research Council, the evaluation of the Linnaeus program went. So big thanks to the panels. There was something that Mats Benner said in his presentation, that we went back and asked the centers questions. I think this is really important to go back and sort of ask this sometimes not so easy questions that are not so easy to answer, and doing that at a stage after actually the centers have stopped. So again, I mean, that has said here also that I'm sure there is room for improvement concerning how to evaluate centers of excellence, and I think we will also have the discussions with the panel now when they have finished their nice work, which kind of improvements should be done. Let me, because we are running late here, focus on the future. So what will happen now? This report will not collect dust, at least not within the coming months or year or so. I have already asked our scientific councils to bring up the report on their next meetings and discuss the recommendations and so. And I'm looking at my chairman now. It will also be discussed on our next board meeting when it's fresh. Of course, at the end of the day, it comes down to optimizing the use of our budget allocations. Right. This is what we should do. And we have a number of funding instruments. We have to think about how to combine them in a way that it also boils down to the goals of research. That has been mentioned several times here. So we should think about that optimal use of our budget allocations in combination with the goals of research, which is the best way to achieve these goals. And I think then that when it comes to, if we will have a call on centers of excellence, it really comes down to selection criteria. When we have a call, and how should we select the proposals among those that apply. And I think that we could perhaps have another workshop discussing these selection criteria, because they will be extremely important for if we can reach the goals of the research. So financing strategies is something that we speak about Research Council. We will certainly include the possibility to use the Center of Excellence instrument in that case. I got an idea today, and this is just my own idea. When I saw from your presentation the Nordic, that we already collaborate so much, why not have a common call among the Nordic countries on Center of Excellence to compete at a slightly broader scale? That may maybe bring up the quality of the research in all the Nordic countries. We have actually already started that. We have now a call on interdisciplinary research. It's organized mainly by Denmark and Sweden, and that was really a success. So many good applications. So maybe one could sort of extend that idea a little bit to include also centers of excellence. So I think that this is all I would say, and that's my take-home message.
Thank you.
Would you like to end now?
I just want to thank, on behalf of Swiss co-organizers of this conference, and thank you all for coming, and also thank you to all our viewers that have been following the conference online. Thank you all. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
And I would like to thank both of you for taking care of us during this day, and maybe particularly Maria, because you have not only taken care of this day, but also have been the project leader for the evaluation of the layers. That has already been mentioned, but you have done it so nicely. So a big applause to both of you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.